Here.
Sally,
I am here.
Keelan,
Still alive.
Waira,
I'm here.
Shalix, the dude, who is a man,
Present.
Leldorn,
I am here.
Ravenclaw,
Here.
and Thor.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so when we last left off, Sally was suddenly attacked by a large, stinking magical cloud which evaporated just as quickly as it was brought up, as a voice from beyond the veil of the curtain ordered them not to attack. To which Sally moved in, followed by some others, and they met the proprietor and caretaker of the chapel and cemetery, a man who wore the emblems of Lathander, and his name was Gideon Lightward. Yet next to him stood two sort of carapace-like devils holding tridents that were pretty good in battle, as from the steps below, coming from the bottom ossuary, a group of these strange wolf apes came rushing up the steps alongside a giant scorpion. Battle was had. Everyone chose the side of Gideon Lightward and the devils, fighting off the demons that seemed to be coming from below. And there was a tentative peace that was won once the battle was over. The group asked them if he saw where Ulder Ravengard and his retinue went, to which Gideon Lightward said that Ulder Ravengard went to the office below, promising to take care of the demonic threat in search of an artifact he was looking for. Gideon Lightward didn't care that they were searching for any sort of artifact. All he cared about was the sort of destruction of the demons that would dare set foot inside his chapel. Making their way down into the ossuary, sending Nevermore first to kind of scout out ahead, they found below something very close to Keelan's heart, a sort of morgue-like room where dead would be kind of prepared, and bombing fluid and acid sort of spilled all over the floor, tools and everything kind of ransacked through, the large prints of demons and humanoids alike moving in and out, showing struggles before everything else had happened. Following the path, they watched as it split. One group going up to a room full of statues, four of the statues unrecognizable as they were seemingly defaced and broken by the hands of unknown assailants. But it was a fifth statue at the north end of the room that wasn't touched, to which Keelan noticed that upon its head something used to sit, and he found that it must have been the crown or the helmet that they were searching for. Following the room out, the other group went to the left, finding themselves inside a large center alcove where dead were interred from floor to ceiling, each one having a series of shiny baubles and knickknacks, most of them in the shape of kind of holy symbols of Tyr, Lathander, Torm, Helm. But the group found that the longer they lingered inside this room, that an ever-present dark corrupting magic was seeking to impose itself upon them, causing them to bleed from their eyes, ears, and mouths. Rushing out, they met with the other group, and they started to explore a very large temple-like structure, large marble daises that stood empty but decorated on the walls, intermixed with the cubbyholes of interred bodies were these series of elongated plates of bone, set up in these sort of decorative motifs. Sally, wishing to push on ahead, found herself inside what was eventually identified as a meditation room. Pillows and soft cushions lay on the ground in a room decorated with bone-chipped mosaics of holy scripture, idyllic countrysides, and scenes from the past. The group sort of began to debate where they should go, what they should check, when those in the outer dais area began to hear voices calling out to them, telling them of their impending doom should they go forward. As this was happening, Lulu came back in a huff, saying she hears a voice up ahead, speaking in a mumbled language, two different voices, behind a room that she didn't want to open. The group rushing forward, Wayward and Thorn in the ahead, as Slobberchops was able to pick up either the scent or the sight of some creature no one else was able to perceive. To which Leldoran, who Slobberchops took to immediately, decided to send the cat out in search of the creature. Making their way to the door, they could hear the muffled voices, which they identified was speaking in Celestial and Abyssal. The same voice, two different languages straining against each other, unable to really make out the words due to a sort of droning, constant noise from behind the door. As Wayra sort of looked to Thorn to see what they should do, Thorn just said, "Let's kick the door down," causing a blast of fiery heat to escape from the room in a torrent, pushing people against the wall, as they saw on the ground, clutching his head, wearing a helmet, eyes rolling into the back of his head, one abyssal black, one white, radiant white, was Ulder Ravengard, his voice broken and tearing as these two languages were fighting for place. As the group rushed in, the fiery portal beyond the room began to alight, pop, and burst as four minotaurs came through the breach. And again, battle was had. It was a close thing, but defense prevailed for most. But Sally went down, close to dying, but was saved by those companions around her as Cyrune was moving about like a deadly hurricane, her sword cleaving and cutting through anything in its path. We're going to pick up from the bottom ossuary level as you guys see the prone form of Ulder Ravengard on the ground, clutching his head, mumbling back and forth.
I kind of try to shake him a little bit to see if that changes anything.
You shake him, and you notice that he's just sort of being shaken. You kind of put your hands on his wrists to try to pull away his arms, and you see that, like, it's almost rigid, like frozen in place, as if there's like an electrical current that's kind of paralyzing his whole body in this state of like constant muscle constriction. You even saw earlier as Keelan rushed into the room and sort of tried to pull the helmet from his head to no avail before the Minotaurs charged in.
Mark, didn't you say last time that the helmet or the crown or whatever is like melted onto his head?
It's not melted, it just seems to be unmoving. It seems like he tried to take it off once he noticed something, and now his sort of arms and hands are sort of holding this helmet in place with all of its, like, the strength his body can produce. To the point where Keelan was trying to lift it off, and he could feel like he was sort of almost picking up the body of Ulder Ravengard as he was trying to lift this off his head.
But Sally is going to pull out her greater healing potion and drink it.
As she does that, Siren's gonna look to every of the other spellcasters and be like, "Do you guys have anything that could possibly, I don't know, break him out of this trance?"
Mark, was it 44 plus what? Sorry.
Greater is 44 plus 4. Those of you proficient in religion, give me a religion check. If you're proficient in Arcana, give me an Arcana check.
Unfortunately, Lady Siren, my elven magic does not deal with the removal of curses or artifacts. We'll have to rely on the rest of you and your expertise.
Thorn, as you sort of watch this debacle in front of you of this man, the one thing you instantly pull on are his eyes. It seems like his body is being possessed almost by two different forces. One seemingly of darkness and one seemingly of light.
He seems to be possessed by two opposing forces.
Are you saying that this relic might have been cursed?
There's always that possibility.
I look to Weira and I say, why do you think the Lady Rhea would send us after a cursed artifact?
Rhea would never do such a thing. As Lulu comes in, and her voice is kind of angry as you even mentioned that.
I think it might have something to do with hell. This thing has corrupted a lot of things in Elturel.
Isn't this crown connected to what's her name? What's her name again?
Zariel.
What?
Was that the name that you were thinking of, Sally?
Zariel, yes.
No, I think the helm is connected to Torm.
Your turn. Siren, what languages can you speak?
Just Elvish and Common.
Okay. Well, Doran, I know you have a high passive perception, I believe.
I think it's average. Let me check it here.
15 or higher?
It is 15 exactly, yes.
Okay. What languages can you speak?
I got a 16, so.
Oh, okay. Shaylex has a 16. That's perfect. Dang it. Shaylex, what languages can you speak?
Don't double check. Languages. Right there. Common, Primordial, Elven, and Dwarven.
Okay.
I don't think we'd be sent down here to get a cursed item unless this item wasn't cursed originally. Otherwise, why in the hell would you keep it in a freaking holy temple?
We do have
That's just going under the assumption.
You guys remember that this is called the Helm of Torm's Sight? That the saint whose statue you found, I forgot who it was that aced the religion check. I believe it was Keelim.
That was me.
Oh, Ravenclaw, you were able to determine that this was a helmet that was sort of divinely gifted to that saint, and it allowed him to commune with the god Torm himself. One who puts on the helm is able to speak directly with the god, ask for advice and guidance.
If it was meant for a saint, what would it do for? What would happen if a regular person tried to wear it?
You don't know. Well, the person had it, and he was later canonized into sainthood by the faith of Torm, for being able to speak with their god and being divinely gifted by this. So the sainthood happened after, like, he died. But I mean, you bring up a good point. Like, maybe this man in particular was the one chosen for this above all others.
You know, the diamond in the rough.
I'm gonna slap him, see if that brings him to his senses.
That was the saint's name, Lanish Fogel. You slap him, and you kind of draw blood from the exposed portion of his jaw that you kind of slapped him with. But you see that he's still speaking incredibly fast and almost incoherently these two languages.
Can we tell what two languages he's speaking?
Yes, you guys were able to identify that he was speaking in Celestial and Abyssal before you guys moved into the room. The passive perception checks earlier were to see if you guys were able to passively pick up on some words, but that depended on your passive perception score and what languages you could speak. Those of you proficient in Abyssal and Celestial, if you want to try to pick up keywords or get what he's saying, go ahead and give me a perception check.
I'll give you that perception check, and then afterwards, I will try to probe his mind and see if I can perceive something that way.
Yeah, probe his mind. Probe his mushy, bad mind.
Well, I have so far rolled average.
Shut up.
Keelan, do you speak both languages, or just one of them?
I speak both.
You speak both. Perfect. What you're picking up out of this conversation is the sort of, they're both kind of powerful, deep, inundating voices, but one is speaking in a very harsh, guttural language. It's, sort of the difference between Lord of the Rings Elvish and Black speech. The sort of different tones that it's taking, though both are coming from extremely powerful invocations, tones of voices. From the darker voice, you're hearing sort of a command to give in. Give in to him. Serve him in an endless war, generalizing everything it takes to take over this place and to destroy the hells forever in utter carnage. The other voice is a strange mix of pleading and ordering. The sword is the key. Find the sword to save the city. Save the souls of those who have been stolen from me. And it's these two things that are sort of battling over and over that he's saying. And after a while, Thorn, Ravenclaw, you begin to pick this up. Sally, your head kind of hurts trying to put these two together, and you're just kind of over it.
Yeah.
You got bloodied up pretty bad. You're looking at your dress, and your dress is like ruined. You really liked it.
I did.
It just sucks.
But we also have another problem. We have this flaming portal in front of us.
Where do you think it leads?
I don't know. Go find out.
So I
Ravenclaw.
use my detect
Ravenclaw.
box. Oh.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
I don't know. I'd say ladies first. Sally, you're the closest.
Damn it.
You attempt to penetrate the surface thoughts of Ulda Ravengard, and you feel yourself begin to scream in pain. You take... Oh, that only goes up that high? Hold on.
Oh, this is an actual thing? Sweet.
Oh no.
So you're going to take 12 points of psychic damage, and you feel a literal hand grab your torso. You guys watch as Ravenclaw is lifted into the air and then slammed into the ground. You're going to take an additional 15 points of bludgeoning.
Well, shall we decapitate him?
Ravenclaw. Hold on, Ravenclaw. You begin to feel the force of this beginning to sort of crush your body as your mind begins to fight off this presence. You get a peek of this creature. Sort of holding you to the ground, the sort of shadowy essence of his body appearing before you, and you just kind of hear him saying a guttural comment, the voice almost more bestial than actual intelligible words. You swear that there are roars mixed in with like the bleating of goats and like the growling of wolves. Hello, plaything. Before the hand is disappeared by the force of this divine protection around you. Give me a religion check.
Ravenclaw, is everything okay?
That did not look pleasant.
That did not look okay to me,
What
friend.
was that?
Oh, Raven Queen's blessing. That was something far greater.
Well,
You tried to pierce the mind of Ulder Ravengard, and what you got in return was a glimpse into a demon prince's mind that almost torn you apart and crushing you with just the literal psychic force of his presence. You know that this is a face and kind of body that you're familiar with, that you've seen, that is Baphomet, one of the demon princes of the Abyss. A demon of pure savagery and strength. The Horned King and Prince of Beasts. You begin to slowly back away from Ulder Ravengard as the dark voice that's speaking through him is that of the Horned King.
Well, don't keep us in suspense. What happened?
Well, now that explains the damn Minotaurs. It's one of the demon princes, Bahamut.
Bahamut?
Bahamut.
The silver dragon?
I was about to
This is
say,
listening to my
excuse
words.
you?
Baphomet. Demon Prince. Looks like he's the one probing the mind. Something's keeping it at bay. Raven guys must be pretty powerful to still be standing with that thing on his head. We need someone who could exorcise such a powerful prince of demons. Sadly, that is not me.
You guys know that he's not alone.
Do not look at me.
Yeah, you guys know that Ulder Ravengard is not alone against this battle with Baphomet. There is another sort of force inside him that seems to be battling and pushing its own will.
Yeah, this is Sam. Sam Winchester in the pit with Michael and Lucifer.
There you go. Sally, give me what would this be? This would be a history check for you. You are familiar with that demon prince.
Okay.
You know that Baphomet himself is one of the main players in the Blood War.
Okay.
And he's sort of one of Zariel's most hated foes. He sort of lives for war, and this realm is perfect for him.
Well, we have a dilemma. Do we take him with us to Rhea, or do we end his suffering and remove his head? That way we can take the crown.
We take him with us.
Easy.
Those of you left in the original group, so everybody except Wayra, Shalix, and Leldoran, just give me intelligence checks.
Well, if you're talking about the original,
Well, those of you that were in High Hall,
Group B.
just give me intelligence checks.
I'm gonna start whispering to the Raven Queen to bolster my life.
Ravenclaw, did you give me an intelligence check? Okay. Sally and Thorn definitely remember, which is probably not the two you want to remember, but you guys met someone who introduced herself as an acolyte of Torm who specializes in exorcism and possessions.
So, do you agree that perhaps we don't need him? I mean, or I don't know.
No offense, but I don't think we should go off of your thoughts with keeping him alive.
You know, our
That's
whole
important.
focus
Well,
was fine.
look at it this way. If you kill the guy, how do you propose taking that crown without getting possessed by the same things that are possessing him?
We'll put it on our heads.
Would you like to do that, Sally, and see what happens to you?
I'm not gonna put it on my head.
Then who would you suggest do it? Because none of us are going to do it.
There's an acolyte form Rhea back at High Hall.
Oh,
And you
Laura,
think she would get possessed by those
what's her
entities?
name?
I think Sally, your logic is flawed. If this man has both entities inside him, then he is useful to us alive.
Well, we all know.
If we converse with a god as well as the demon prince, might we want to hear what the god has to say?
But is the god possessing him as well? All we know is we know the name of one.
Something is holding it at bay.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
got
think
the impression
this
that
one's gonna be
Doug was
helpful.
able to figure that out. If there were two entities in there.
I did not get the name, but whoever it is stopped the presence of Baphomet from crushing me anymore. So something here is helping.
Is something, or was Baphomet just being nice?
I've never known a demon prince to be called nice.
Yeah, demons aren't nice. No,
We
so-
don't
Well known for their kind.
Well, we also gotta take care of this portal. Is the portal still active, Mark, and everything?
Yes, it is active. I paused the flames, but I can turn them back on. Really.
Oh no, that's fine. I just didn't know. I'm like trying to figure out. Well, we did.
You're actually watching as the four Minotaur bodies are kind of being sucked slowly back into the flames in the water. Kind of like something is slurping them.
I have a hypothesis. I think the portal might only be active because the crown is nearby it. Perhaps if we want to take him back, we should do it now and take away the crown away from this vicinity. That way, no other demons or whatever comes through the portal.
For once, I actually agree. But we keep him alive.
But we have honored our deal. We did clear out the current demon infestation, so we should return.
Siren, Shalix, Weldorn. You're noticing now as each of these bodies are getting sucked back into the fiery portal, the white light in Ravengard's eye begins to kind of dim as the black eye begins to kind of flare as smoke is coming out of it, and the demonic voice is getting louder. You're getting the idea that this helm is now tied in some way and form to this sort of demonic breach.
Then I concur with Sally that we need to remove the helmet from the breach. That whatever's in the helmet might be pulling things out of the portal.
Shall we go?
I am no magician. Certainly, if you examine the portal, Sally, you should be able to figure out how to deactivate it.
I am no wizard myself. I can only attest from afar. I do not wish to go back into this ichor. So let's test the theory and take the crown out of here.
Okay. Thorn, would you care to lift? You seem to be the strongest one here. Can you carry this poor cursed fella?
I shall transport the goods.
I'll scout ahead and make sure the way is clear. I'm also, Mark, I would be whispering, what the frick is the cat's name?
Slobber chops.
Slobber chops.
So,
I'd be like, Slobber chops,
I don't know
are
if
you up there?
I can't remember if I covered it last time, but in the room with old Ravengard was his retinue that all seemed to be cut down. So there are bodies there if you want to loot them.
I don't remember
I'll
bodies.
search them.
I would search them as
So
well.
just to expedite it, they don't have much except their kind of sundered armor. They don't have much weight in coin. They do have some usable shields and melee weapons. But you do find in a couple of belt pouches, you find about 3 spell scrolls that are still usable. The other one's too wet and disintegrated to do anything with. You sort of go over them very quickly. You see that there is a mass healing word, remove curse, and tongue spell.
Shall we distribute them to whoever might seem useful? But let's do that on the out of here, away from the portal, just in case. I do not want to fight any more minotaurs.
Agreed.
I
I'll hold on to these for now.
don't know. I don't know. You seem to be very friendly with them. Keelim and I didn't have any problems.
Don't test me, dog.
So should be carrying
Derogatory.
We've already had one, and it died.
I'm sorry, Sally, but perhaps your perception is a little off. He is not a dog. He is a feline species. Perhaps you should read more and become more educated.
We already had one. We've had enough pets to deal with as is. So
I take extreme offense to him calling my traveling companion a pet, or her calling Waira a pet, because I gave up playing with dolls when I was, a child. So perhaps you are an excess thing that we should toss into the bin as well. But shh, I turn around and put my finger to my lips and tell you to hush. No more talking, doll. Because we're trying to scout ahead and not attract attention. So I'm going to be pinpointing Mark at least 20, 25 feet ahead of the group. I would be trying to be stealthy.
Sounds good.
And who's carrying
I
Ravengard?
believe Thorn said he's carrying the
No one
gun.
has him. But it's also gonna slap at Lulu as he walks by, get out of my way, elephant.
I'll be covering the rear though. I will give Sally a little feline grin with the fangs showing. Just watch what you say. Last one that said that. Well, he's called 3-Finger Joe now.
I smile back and show you all my rows of razor teeth.
Ooh, shiny. Wonder how they'll look when they're on the floor.
Lulu kind of flies up next to you, Siren, and kind of nuzzles under your arm. Kind of hear them.
Oh,
I don't like the big one.
okay.
He's mean now.
I don't know what's wrong with him.
We're in hell. Changes people.
Is it? Because
Well
I feel
done.
it's the same.
As everybody begins to move, you begin to sort of sprint off ahead, kind of cutting in between the sort of plush pillows and kind of leather love seats that have been kind of set up in here. No voices seem to be assaulting your ears, telling you about your impending doom. The sort of faint hotel glow kind of emanating from parts of the walls still present. It's more aggravating than helpful to you, you think, just because of the way It kind of casts things in light, but it doesn't really help you. It just sorts of interferes with your natural sense of dark vision.
Slobberchops, are you there? I'll peek around the corner. I know the Slobberchops ran to the south down here, so I just looked that way.
You hear a gurgling.
I turn around and whisper to Siren, I think Slobberchops may have been injured. I'm gonna check it out. And I draw my bow and step out of the room here and just carefully and cautiously make my way towards the noise. No! Sally's gonna be frickin' happy. I turn around and I say no out loud, for the first time not really whispering.
Everything alright, Lildorn?
No, Slobberchops!
Oh dear, the cat.
It's kind of twitching a little bit.
Oh, poor thing. We should put it in this misery.
I will actually cast a spell on it, Mark. I don't know if it'll work, but I will burn the spell slot.
As you move closer, you see that the sort of winged cat's body has been ravaged by what look to be deep claw marks, bite wounds, as a very thick, corrupting smelling black ichor seems to be emanating from its wounds. And you remember that the small little demon that was assaulting Shaylix was causing the same type of wounds to her.
So I'm going to try to heal it if I can, as I kneel down next to it and place my hand over its wounds and call upon my ancient elven magic.
Oh, no.
You
Mark?
cast the spell, and you're watching now as the blood is being sucked back into his body, and the ichor is being sort of protruded like sweat, kind of mixing and moving out as the wounds begin to heal themselves. Unless Sally wants to waste the third level spell on this.
I'm gonna watch Sally because of how she's been acting. It's like I don't like how the aura she's giving off.
And so I turn around and I say, when Sally says that, I say, that's exactly what I'm doing, Sally.
Will not
misery.
Not use counter spell on this. Mark, you lied to me.
What are you talking about?
You told me the cat was dead.
I told you that the cat was injured. I wanted to give you false hope.
Nah.
I said Leldoran could have sent Slobberchops to his death.
I'm like, oh, goody!
It would have been like Xerax sending Moonlight out against an imp. Moonlight probably wouldn't have lasted very long.
Moonlight's a familiar. That's a fucking cat that won't die.
He immediately begins to nuzzle and snuggle up against you, Lildor.
I turn around to Siren and I say, it looks like he's going to be okay. I wish I could speak to him.
As he kind of hears Sally muttering, just...
And I'm like, and I whisper back, I know the cat's staring at me, everybody's up, that's 1 of 8. You have 8 left. I'm keeping count.
Slobberchops is number 1 on the shit list.
Yeah! Slobberchops just got to the
Do I hear any of Sally's muttering, like, at all?
So I pet the cat on top of his head now and kind of give him a little bit of affection. And then I don't know if he can understand me, but I'm going to go ahead and just say, where did it go? The thing that got you. Just in case, I mean,
Because we
beasts
killed
are
it.
one of my
It
animals. What do you
it
call it?
nuzzles up against you, and you watch as it sort of nudges its head to the north from where you guys came. And you get the idea that it does understand you.
So I say exactly that. I turn around to Siren. I said, I think he can understand me. And the thing that took him out came from back there, over by behind Key Lim.
Hmm.
We should be wary.
Oh, we did. Well, we didn't, but Sally did promise that we wouldn't leave until every creature here was eliminated that was evil intent. Oh.
Sally, do you have any way of tracking this creature that took out our beloved pet?
I don't think Chris is there right now.
Wasn't it that small thing you were battling behind me?
Did anybody check back here?
That's right.
There, and then I got scared.
The thing that attacked Shylax and me. I think I killed it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got my vengeance.
That I believe you did. Or I probably would not be here.
I'll scratch Shylax or Shylax. Scratch Slobbercup and say, "Don't worry, little guy. I got him. I put an arrow in his face."
Shalix is like, that's assault, bro.
Shelix is now looking at the cat and looking at Feldoran like, that'd be quite interesting if there was a fiery cat, but I don't think you want that thing on fire.
Now, I didn't come this way. I went around the outside. So I turn around to the group and say, I know that you experienced
Definitely don't go that way.
some traps. Which way is that way? Because I'm looking around. I don't know which way you guys went.
Center. Do not go through there.
Okay, then I'm gonna go back the way I came, this way. When Sally was following me the whole way, because I know this way is safe. And I'll let Siren lead now, since I found Slobberchops, and it's with me. Then Siren is the sneaky one now too. Till 7th level anyway. Then I can make everybody quiet.
So if you look in your journal, Ken, I gave you Slobberchop's sheet. It's a Tressum, that it understands common but cannot speak it back. And it is a highly, highly intelligent creature.
Awesome. Are you still controlling the token, or do you want to have me control it?
You can control it if you want, or we can just delete it and we can just play pretend that he's with you. Until you want to pull him out to do something, then I'll let you do it.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just remove him from the map. He can just kind of hang out on my shoulder. He's kind of like a ferret cat anyway, so yeah, he's usually they're pretty thin cat. I love Tressums. I've
Siren,
been familiar before too.
Siren, it is quiet, almost unnervingly quiet. As you kind of make your way back through here, you feel like there's just something around every corner, but there's not. It's a very eerie feeling that's beginning to kind of freight your nerves a bit.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go sneaking.
Okay, go ahead and give me a stealth check. Everybody kind of loses sight of you as you begin to move further up ahead. The sound of Thorn kind of moving through, carrying the heavy load of Ulder Ravengard behind you reassures you that your group is close as you move forward. There just doesn't seem to be much of anything in the way here. Oh, it's Caleb.
Yeah. He's just riding around on my head. I love it.
That is the weirdest looking cat I have ever seen.
Trestans are cool, man.
They're very cool.
Siren, you're not seeing anything. You're not hearing anything. There's nothing that seems to be whispering in your voice now. That sort of presence seems to be gone. But it is almost hard to hear as the constant noise behind you. And you know that Thorn is usually pretty loud, but right now it's not his fault, as he's carrying what seems to be a school attendance speaker that just won't stop asking for attendance. You begin to move forward. You reach the steps. You remember that the steps continue west then north into the statue room, and that the exit to this ossuary that leads you to the stairs to the main chapel is to the south.
Okay.
Don't let her get too far ahead there, Thorn. We'll have to run to catch up to her if she gets assaulted.
So to give you the idea of the noise, to give you the idea that of the noise that older Ravencard's speaking, it's like 10 seconds of heavy metal and then 10 seconds of like Catholic school choir, kind of mixing. And it's just kind of raining through here, one extremely loud, one sort of firm but soft.
Basically, a Slayer and a Beethoven concert happening at the same time.
Yeah.
Sway.
We are somewhere familiar now.
You look down and you see that the doors were still left open. Nothing has come through to close them. They have not closed on themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the stairway up into the room that's full of the kind of mortician's kit equipment. The smell immediately hits you of that kind of high school frog embalming fluid from the jars, mixed with a very septic kind of acidic smell of like different bleaches, kind of intermingling, kind of makes your eyes water as you begin to move forward.
It's Key Lim's body axe spray.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey Lim, what's that cologne? It's La Morgue.
Cadaver number 5.
That's right.
God.
Okay, so Siren, are you going to cross the stairs up first?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. So give me, line up in a marching order behind Siren of how you guys are going to go up the stairs. That way I can align your characters the way they should be on the next map.
Sally, are you really that far back?
He stepped away, but he's been in the back the whole time, so I'll keep him in the back.
Okay.
So you want us to line up on Cyril?
Yeah, line up behind Cyrune in the marching order you guys are going to be going in. So single file, if you could.
I'll stay back with Sally. We have about the same range. Actually, I shoot farther than her. With sharpshooter, I can shoot 600 feet.
Is the cat going to be okay being that close to Sally?
Oh, there's like non-stop hissing.
Here, I'll switch places with you, Lildor.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, putting a person between me and Sally might be a good idea. That cat is on top of my head, and I would rather not have cat marks in my skull. Lildorn has beautiful, long, dark brown hair.
I have beautiful long dark brown hair.
Is your hair real?
Sally doesn't have hair.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. Well, go ahead and make your stealth checks with disadvantage because the cat keeps hissing.
Then walk behind me.
Oh, okay. Mark put you in the back because you were like 30 feet behind everybody. So
But
please,
I have to go take care of some stuff. That's
yeah.
why.
So step forward. Step in front of Keelim. Keelim is standing between you and I. To kind of
Apparently, I'm one of the only people that can stand you.
Yeah, well, you've been with her the longest, I suppose.
Okay, I'm going to move you guys to the next map. You guys will be in somewhat of the center, in the main staircase area again.
Okay.
I think Bob is upstairs, baby.
Where am I?
Siren, you begin to crash the steps, and as you turn, you see Gideon Lightward standing there with his two insectoid carapace armored creatures with their tridents. Ah, so I take it that everything is finished.
We believe so, to the best of our abilities, I guess. There was a portal down there, another layer. We took care of that too.
That would explain why the demons were coming from the ossuary level.
We found a
Poor
guy.
Lord Raven. And you see his eyes begin to turn serious. Why does he speak like a demon?
We
Yeah,
don't really
he's
know. I think it might
literally.
have something to do with Helm.
Yeah, he's literally at odds with himself. And I'm not
And
joking this time.
he begins to kind of clench his right fist, and you watch as this sort of purplish magical fire begins to burn in it. You promised to kill all demons beneath, yet this one speaks freely.
He is no demon. He's merely holding something at bay with the help of another celestial. We're taking him to get exercised.
Did we tell you that you're to get exercise? I mean,
I mentioned that before any of that other talk happened, because then I added that I am not capable of doing such.
Right, but there's a priest of Torm that might be able to.
I don't know. My suggestion was just to bring him back there. To possibly.
Any demonic force left in El Terrell stands in opposition of Zariel's righteous crusade against the Abyss. I hope you know what you're doing.
Well, we are trusting that the divine force within him is just as powerful as the demonic one.
It was powerful enough to stop whatever it was from taking me out. So I trust whatever force that is.
Thank you for your services to the chapel of the Dread Mistress of Light.
What chapel was this?
He called it the chapel of the Dread Mistress of Light.
well,
Does anybody know who that is?
Dio has
You all seem quite capable beings.
Mark, was this guy one of the Hell Riders? Is that who we're talking to?
He's not a Hell Rider. He's actually he was actually a cleric.
Oh, okay.
You saw that some of the vestments in here that he wore, that he's not so much wearing anymore, were symbols of the Sunward Road. Sophie, don't do that, please. See, you broke it. Don't do that.
break.
The blinds in the basement. Just leave it. It's okay. But he has said some strange things. He called this place the Chapel of the Dread Mistress of Light. He said that Zariel leads a righteous crusade against the Abyss here on Earth. And now he's saying that you all are quite capable. Should you not now swear loyalty to Zariel, you could be most useful.
What was the last part?
That we could be useful. While I appreciate the invitation, I owe my services to the Lady Rhea at the moment.
Interesting.
My ultimate service is to the Raven Queen. I merely am present when someone's time is not right, or when it is. It all depends.
You watch as the two creatures move away from Gideon Lightwork.
Mark, I don't know if you saw my message, but I don't have vision on this map.
You don't?
No, he does.
All I see is a black screen.
There you go.
Now I have vision.
Does Lyra have vision?
Yeah.
Oh, Dio has
Siren,
vision.
Lulu comes up behind you, Siren. He doesn't feel right. She kind of whispers to you.
Okay.
Dio has been filled.
Yes,
Yeah.
that deal has been fulfilled.
And
But if you work against my mistress, well, if you will not swear loyalty, I will just have to take your souls instead.
I didn't know.
And he begins to run forward with the two creatures. We're going to roll initiative.
Oh,
Jeez.
Uh-oh.
Something goes right.
See what I get for being loyal to Rhea? Jeez.
Look at Storm.
Where are you going? Okay. Why don't you go to the store and buy us an air conditioner, will you? Oh. Are you really leaving? Oh, okay. Are you gonna come home before midnight? Okay. 12:01, you're grounded, buddy.
Did he get all his homework done?
Yeah, he finished his class. He got an A. His summer PE class. Now he doesn't have to take PE ever again as long as he lives.
Ravenclaw, Siren, which one of you guys want to go first?
Ravenclaw can go first.
He goes.
Are you sure?
Ravenclaw,
Yeah.
top of round one. You watch now as it was not a very veiled threat. It was a very open declaration. You will be useful to Zariel, whether you want it or not, as he begins to run forward. with his two strange guards.
I will immediately point my finger, unleash two Eldritch Ravens at him.
22 will hit. And you said at him, meaning Gideon Lightward, correct?
Yes.
$14 will just hit.
I hope that throws him up against the wall. And then I'm gonna back up.
Okay. Siren.
She's gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, getting number 2. And she's like, nobody's gonna take my soul. Ish.
18 just hits.
1, 20. We'll go with the offhand though. Missing.
8 will miss.
Gonna go 25. 30 right there.
Okay. Veldorn.
Alright. Drawing it from my quiver and groaning a bit to him, as put in the chat there. It's difficult to make friends here in hell, isn't it? I'll move 5, 10, 15, 20 to here. Looks like I can now see this thing. Oh, and I see them all now. I just had to move my mouse a little bit. I'm gonna go ahead and cast Hunter's Quarry on this guy.
Oh, Hunter's Quarry?
Sorry, Hunter's Mark.
Keep him again.
That guy there. He looks like he doesn't have a number. And I'm cornering him because it looks like he's taking damage. So, I will go ahead and shoot at him. Do I want to use... I'll start with a regular shot. We'll see how hard he is to hit.
Okay.
Yeah, number 2.
15 hits.
That does hit?
15 hits.
Alright, so this will do the Colossus Slayer and the Piercing and 1 extra point of Hunter's Mark. And then I will shoot him again for 14?
14 hits.
Alright, so this will do the 12, but not... and the 4. So not the Colossus. I can only do Colossus once per turn. But Hunter's Mark is every shot. So that is 17, 18, 22, 30, 40 points of damage.
Wow, good job.
After I hit with let's see, 20 here, 20, 30, 35. I'll end.
Can anybody else hear Ken? Just complete.
Yeah.
What?
Sally.
Okay, I could barely hear Ken. It was breaking up horribly, but Gideon made his intentions known. Lightning crackles between her fingers, and she's gonna shoot a lightning bolt at him. So he's gonna just take 15 since he definitely made the save. Goddamn, why isn't this DC up there? DC is 14, by the way.
Okay, are you going to stay there?
Oh no, I'm gonna move. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Thorn.
First, we're going to shrug that guy off onto the ground like a sack of potatoes.
Okay, you drop Older Raven Guard on the ground. He's still holding on to his head, and he's still saying damage.
Bonus action, divine favor, and we're going to slash at this guy.
Okay. Now that you're close, give me a perception check as you cast your divine favor. You're noticing as you ran up that the two insectoids, well, they took a step forward, aren't moving forward. And you notice that Gideon Lightward is just looking around and smiling as he's kind of taking everything in. So go ahead and make your attacks if you want. Okay. 15 hits.
There you go, 2 attacks, and that will be the end of my turn since I used my bonus action already. Smash, spings.
This Mezzalot is going to step backwards and looking at Gideon. Gideon just looks at him and shakes his head no. This Mezzalot will take 5 feet back, looks at Gideon. Gideon looks back, shakes his head no. Waira.
That's unusual. Probably draws right out. Moo, look after Rayersburg. We got this. And we'll start to run forward. This.
26 will hit.
26. Man, where was this? When I was walks, seriously. Does he hit with the left and then troll around for the right slash?
I don't think Walks was as optimized as Waver is. Okay.
I did too. I did too, Carly.
And then hold his shield up for anything that'll happen.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yes, that's it for now.
Am I up?
Yes.
I'll go after this demon then.
Okay. 17 will miss.
17 misses. Okay, second attack.
20 hits.
And then I'll use
You
a
want
bonus
to
action.
stab into him, he looks. You stab into him with the silver scalpel and pull it out, and then he sort of hisses and he turns to look at Gideon, and Gideon just shakes his head no.
While he's looking away, I'm going to go in with an unarmed strike. You deal another 4 bludgeoning. And that's turn.
Okay? Felix.
Felix is gonna Sacred Flame number 2 over here, back up.
Okay.
And then move it.
He'll fail. I'll take the 13 radiant.
Yeah, and then hit advantage.
As that one hits him, he sort of screams in anger, but he looks to Gideon, and Gideon shakes his.
That's all he's doing.
That the end of your turn?
Yes.
On Gideon's turn, he just sort of stands up straight. And he kind of brushes off some of the stuff, and he says, "So you are useful." And then he holds his hands out to the side. "Please, continue if you want."
With pleasure.
Raven.
I am so lost right now.
Stepping back into view, I'm gonna fire 2 eldritch ravens at him once more.
Go ahead and roll with advantage. He's standing with his arms outstretched, not moving, ordering the other two not to move. 22 hits. So, far away where you can hear him say, "So close now. So close."
I call out to Ravenclaw. I have seen powerful druids take the form of something else, and when you strike them out of their form, they return to their original shape. Perhaps he's a druid of some kind, an evil one.
Perhaps we should take him back and exorcise him.
That's
I mean,
something to
I can't-
contemplate, I say as I go around the corner.
Siren.
I can't do non-lethal damage with arrows.
I'm not gonna attack. I'm gonna be like, why are you letting us attack you? You look like you're giving up. What do you gain from this?
He just has his hands to the side, he's laughing.
I don't want to be here. I'm leaving. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Nope.
Oh, Lauren.
Sorry, I had to make my pun.
I got it.
Oh,
5, 10, 15 feet to here. I still see him over there. He's holding his hands out though. Well, I can always heal him afterwards. I'm gonna shoot him.
Okay.
Do I also have advantage?
Got the advantage.
I'm going to use sharpshooter.
Okay.
For 23,
23 hits.
doing 26 points of damage.
The arrow takes him through the heart, and he sort of gasps in exultation. I am reborn! He kind of screams out, and you watch now as his body bursts into flame. His voice still clear as pitch. I could not have done this without your aid, adventurers. For that you have my thanks. Thor, give me dexterity saving.
are you serious right now? This is gonna hurt, isn't it?
You guys get hurled back as his body kind of explodes. And through this kind of fiery blood mist that's swirling around, you're watching as a very large creature is beginning to form.
He's a druid. I call back to Ravenclaw.
You guys take 6 bludgeoning fire, and you guys are pushed. You're pushed into I'm gonna watch as the two and through the fire and blood.
Oh.
So I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, Sally has no idea what's going on.
I just heard I am being reborn and allowed to explode.
So Mark, that second shot, I still had a shot left. So I rolled a 21. I'm assuming that hit.
The 21 will hit.
So that would do the 25 damage because I already used Colossus Slayer. So it's just 25 magical arrow damage, and then
since you attacked him, give me a wisdom saving throw. Okay. You shoot the arrow, you feel it stick, and you see it slam into his body, and you watch as the arrow begins to burn, turn to ash and fall to the ground, but you still see the hole that it left, it being magical. And there's a sort of primal scream inside your mind to get away. You are frightened of this creature.
Okay. I moved 15 feet to get here, so I will leave his line of sight. 20, 25, 30, 35. Well, let me put myself here so I don't go off the map. So that'll finish my movement.
That can still see him. Those of you that can still see him notice that he's just kind of brushing away the ash from the arrow on his chest, and you see that he's now flexing his arms, and he's sort of extending out his wings.
Mark?
Yes?
Okay, is it my turn? You were breaking up really bad on my end. I'm going to refresh Discord real quick.
It was mine too.
Okay. I don't know, my connection says it's all green, so.
You know who this is, Siren? I don't know who this is. All I know is he didn't like my arrow.
We studied him, about him, think.
How's it? Let me see it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Chris.
Yeah, Sherlock has no idea because he wasn't there to study this, you guys.
So I hear that loud. I go, okay, I got it. So 5, 10, 15, 20. I see that. I go, nope, and I snap, and I do a Dobby. I snap my fingers and go invisible.
How many third level spells do you have?
That was my last third level spell.
Thorn.
I'm gonna move.
Thorn, are you going to attack?
Yep.
Okay, I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw. As you're showing hostile intent. Okay, you are frightened of this creature. Until the start of its next turn. So that means you cannot willingly move to it. Any attacks you do make are made at disadvantage.
I'm fine now. Just look at them. Cool.
You run through the curtain.
Yeah, that's right.
As Thorn leaves and begins running away, the two insectoid creatures once again look to this large creature. And he shakes his head no, as you hear them now beginning to speak in that strange, clicking, infernal language that they use. Keelan, you speak infernal, you know that he's saying, they're sort of saying master with a question mark, and he's shaking his head no, as he kind of smiles, and he begins to bend down towards Wayra.
I assume he's saying, leave them, this one's mine.
Wayra! This thing is fucking huge, fucking terrifying, and he's kind of looking at you with this sharp-toothed smile. And he's telling the others not to touch you. Are you going to attack?
Okay. God dang. I didn't expect to be in this today. Probably after seeing that, he is going to... Can I do it? No, I can't shift either because I just spent that. Shit.
Are you going to attack? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, he's gonna. I guess he's gonna like take a swing, see what happens.
Give me a wisdom saving throw, showing hostile intent.
Oh dear, I'm not gonna make it, am I? Nope, I'm not.
You are frightened of this creature.
Okay, so
you can't willingly move closer to it, but you're ready to have next to it. Any attacks you make will be made at disadvantage. I mean, you can run away if you want.
That'd probably be best after that giant knockback he had. So yeah, he's gonna move back then. Oh boy. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and he's gonna make a dive here. 30.
Okay. Did you want to use your dash action to move further away, or?
Yeah, I'll probably double, but I'll probably move 5.
Keelan, you watch as the creature in front of you is ready to sort of stab and grab it, Wayra, as it begins to run away. and the creature that was Gideon Lightward throw its large, massive hand in the way of the creature, and the creature looks at it confused, and the large, devilish creature just shakes his head no with a very wide smile. Where is at the end of your turn?
Yep, he's just gonna dive, scramble around, try to calm himself.
Key Lim.
I can't just go by myself, nor with my friends that I'm with. So I'm not participating.
And he begins to laugh as you begin to kind of like turn it around. He's like, I see it is the oldest that is the wisest.
And that's all I can do.
Shalix.
Felix is going to stay put and look over at Wyra and be like, what the hell just happened?
Nothing good.
Big.
Yeah, Felix is like, Jesus, calm yourself, man. Ugh. You're supposed to be a fighter.
You look out there and tell
Shalix,
me!
what are you going to do? Are you going to take the dodge action?
Yeah, he's not gonna
Or
in that room.
anything like that?
He saw what happened. He's like, no. I'm good.
Put himself down. Okay, on his turn, he's going to call out, what of you, little ranger? All your friends are leaving. You should join them, for I am in your debt.
Because I'm still frightened of him, I will not answer because I don't want him to pinpoint my location.
And that's when Slobberchop goes.
Raven,
Yeah, pretty much.
Did you guys grab Raven Guard at least?
Poor Raven Guard, so
Oops.
Yeah, keep it down.
and Lulu is sitting there.
Keelan tried.
The guard dude is still in there. So no.
Keelan is encumbered already because he has an 8 strength, and he's already tried to save somebody before, and that's turned back on him.
Seeing this thing finally, do I recognize it?
Relationship. You know that it must be some sort.
No, and the others are just running. I'm grabbing at Raven Guard and I'm gonna attempt to at least pull him back.
Okay. Give me a strength check.
You're breaking up there. You say strength check.
Yeah.
So with your adrenaline-fueled escape, you do manage to drag him back only 10 feet. So he's right at the curtain. Lulu's just going to follow out with you.
Doran while I'm pulling him. Let's go!
I hope Lulu has her anti-magic field up.
She does, because she was told to protect Ravengard.
That's my turn. I'm just pulling Ravengard as far as I can.
Are you guys going to try to attack?
My intention on my turn was to move out of the room with the group, but on the way out to shoot him twice, yes.
At this point, my intention is just to get Ravengard out of there.
Same.
Yep.
Okay, so Doran's the only one that's going to attack?
I mean, I'm on my way out with the group, but why not take 2 shots as he's diving out the window? You know?
I love that. He's stopping the other 2 devils from attacking you. He let you guys kill him so he could change, and he hasn't done a single thing other than just having you guys witness his horrible presence, which kind of makes you fearful. And you guys are like, fuck talking to him. I'm going to kill him! So we're going to skip, and we're going to let everybody kind of do their movements, and I'm going to let little Doran shoot on his way out. Let me double check to make sure that you don't need to make another save.
I mean, he's a devil, and we're in hell killing devils, so I feel like it's kind of what we're supposed to do.
If that's what you want to do, go for it. You are still frightened of this creature, so both of these will be made at disadvantage.
Yep.
Hey, I was gonna make a strike, but then everything locked up.
Siren, did you take your turn? Did you move already?
No, you guys were talking, so.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
5, 10, 15.
No, if you guys want to run, go ahead and run. But since Eldoran is the only one that's attacking, I was just going to let Eldoran attack, and then you guys could run.
Alright, I'm out now.
Okay, go ahead, Eldoran. Make your
There,
attacks.
20 feet. I didn't move closer to him because I'm actually moving out of the room. So I will take 2 shots at him with disadvantage because I'm frightened. So a 24.
24 hits. He sort of holds out his hand, and he watches the arrow pierces it, and he kind of crushes it in his hand. And he's just smiling at you.
And a
22
22.
hits.
So that will do 12 also. So I think I did, yeah, 13 in the first attack and 12 in the second attack. Use 2 more arrows, and then I will move, I moved 5, 10, 15, 20 to here. So 25, 30, 35. That would end my turn there. Do I make a save against the frightened condition again, or is that just stay?
No, you're frightened of him until... Well, you're not so much frightened of him anymore because you're not seeing him.
Okay.
You kind of ducked in, and the curtain behind you has cut off your vision, so you really can't see him anymore. But on your way out, you hear his deep, sort of rumbling voice. Come. We have business in the ossuary below. And you guys just scurry on out of here.
Yeah, I look around at everybody and say, "What was that?"
Big thing. Big thing. Devil. Will someone mind give me a hand with Ravengard? Easy.
Right. I got you. I'll take the north end.
I can attest to Waver's strength. He's a strong guy. No, he's not. He's
right now. Ravenclaw and Ravengard and his plate armor is being carried by probably 2 of the weakest physically characters in the group. So even with Waver's help, Ravenclaw, you're struggling because you're not strong at all. Like You chose to read books. Weights didn't matter to you. So,
You chose the train.
and Ware is like shrugging his shoulders. I chose the lightest weapon. I can't help it.
I chose to avoid the blade, not take the blade. I'm sorry.
That's your fault.
I mean, it's rough. Even Thorn's kind of running ahead is being outpaced at the moment by Keelan and Siren. Everybody else kind of moving behind her. Leldoran keeping pace with his arrow out, sort of scanning, making sure nothing's coming at you. It's just the sea of undead moving around, not really doing anything at all. You're sort of bumping into them uncaringly as you're making your flight through the graveyard, away from whatever creature that was that manifested within the chapel.
Could I do just a religion check just to like from what I glimpsed, if I could like pinpoint exactly what he was?
Sure, give me a religion check.
As I'm helping Ravenclaw, I just kind of hear Wayra cursing a bit. Just, God, what the hell does he eat? God damn!
You immediately recognize that was indeed a greater devil, considered to be the kind of generals and undisputed lords of battle. Sally, you immediately recognize it too. Well, no, you didn't recognize. Yeah, you did, because you ran there, you looked, turned invisible, and ran. But you both know that these are what are classified as being pit fiends.
Yeah, these are the demons that are presented in murals as like slaughtering an army around them.
Yeah, like single-handedly bringing down a city. Yeah. He seemed to want to be able to turn into this thing. And the provocation against you was sort of enough to get his wish.
I figure that this. I fear this might be the eventuality of everybody in hell. That they will eventually succumb to their base desires and metamorphose into demons of different sorts.
And in his talk with you guys, he made it clear that he was ferociously loyal to Zariel.
Guess it makes sense. This is Zariel's realm now.
As you guys run north, weaving through the bodies, knocking some into the tombstones, the weight of the zombies kind of cracking some of the super dry heated stone inside this very parched atmosphere. Skeletons kind of get shattered as they hit stone monuments in the ground. You guys make it towards the wriggling fence of body parts that are just twitching and moving, and mouths are moving up and down. You see that there's nothing really ahead of you guys again. That the streets are just barren as you stop on the cobblestones and sort of look behind you and see that nothing is there. Nothing is coming after you. Nothing is chasing you. Just the small white chapel surrounded by a sea of moving dead bodies. Give me a perception check.
Everyone?
Yeah, you guys are kind of looking around.
God damn. Yeah, I'm too distracted trying to make sure this guy's head isn't twisted wrong.
Go kill him.
Yeah, I'm
Keelan
actually.
and Thorn.
I see me Ravenclaw.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who are we missing?
Siren is she's in the restroom, so she'll be right back.
Keelan, Thorn. Notice it first. Keelan, you kind of pointed out. You guys look up to where he's pointing and eventually see a dark figure with wings flying a couple 100 feet off the ground. Before eventually it closes its wings and begins to drop almost instantly like a missile towards the ground. And you see that its trajectory is coming near you. And you watch as about 10 feet from the ground, the wings flare out, and there's this force of wind that shoots out, sending sort of dust and stones away from the body as it lands, knees cushioning and bending as it begins to stand straight. The wings kind of unfurl from the back, stretching outwards, and you see a creature in pitch black armor, wearing a mask.
Wearing a mask?
A mask.
What kind of mask? Is it kind of like Sally's face, where it's just blank?
It's a white mask at this distance. And you see now that it begins to sort of walk casually towards you. The closer it gets, Keelan, Thorn, you pick up on it first. The mask is shaped like the face of a bird. Which is what you guys see. As you hear a very familiar voice speak out from behind the mask, though it is much different than the one she previously wore.
Is it?
We meet again. And you guys hear this sort of heart-achingly close voice of Beta coming from a very petite, black-armored figure. The mask now definitely of a white owl. Wings unfurled. Walking towards you. I was not expecting to see you so soon. I never got to tell you my campfire story. And there's a hint of a smile behind the mask.
Does she look like? Do we all see her now?
You see her. And she looks like the picture. Did everybody see it?
Yeah. I just didn't. You said that Keelan and
Keelan picked up on it first.
Okay.
In this moment right now, like their adrenaline is pumping so fast that they are running off of like an animalistic sort of sixth sense to where they are hyper focused and looking around. And everybody else is kind of drawn and like a little bit weary, confused, but they're able to kind of power through it first. But eventually, as the figure moves closer and closer,
does she look like she's coming at us with murderous intent?
She's walking casually. Her sword isn't out. It's just the only picture I could find that matched up with the sort of dimension of mask that I could put on her.
No, I just want to. Yeah, the pictures looks great. Sally's still invisible. Yeah.
I met Keelan's friend. She saved me.
Oh, did he?
Beta, I tried to save you. I didn't believe it was your time. I don't know what happened. Are you okay?
I am better than okay. And don't mind your failure. Sally, chills go up your spine as the owl mask turns and locks eyes with you.
Oh my gosh.
I know exactly what happened.
I only have personal skills left. Shit.
I turn
Good
to
luck
Keelan.
to you all. I have business in the chapel. There has been a rebirthing. And my queen desires her new subject. The wings begin to slowly unfurl. You guys are looking at betas. Like, you remember how frail she looked, how small her body was underneath the sort of heavy, like, cloak and clothing and armor, and just how petite and tiny she was, wearing this stocky black armor and a 12-foot wingspan, sort of emanating from her back. A sort of longsword sheathed next and on her hip, a very long reddish whip. Until we meet again. Whoosh! And she begins to fly up into the air, and almost like a missile kind of hover, and then shoot forward, flying towards the chapel.
Keelan's going to drop to his knees, just like out of shock. It's like, you were so. Is this what awaited you? Was this your destiny?
Sounded like she knew what happened. Maybe I was right, it wasn't supposed to go this way. But something interfered. I don't know.
Sally.
You say this is a friend of yours that had died? She seems very much alive still for a dead person.
She was changed. It seems similar to that other person you knew, right, Keelan?
She said she knew a friend of mine, but for the life of me I cannot put a name to one she would meet.
Sally, there's a voice in your mind, alluring but deadly in intent.
I'm here. I'm listening.
It comes with the sickly sweet voice of Beta. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Chani and Walks cannot come back to play just yet, but they will.
Can I respond?
Sure.
Chani will soon belong to me. You had no purpose for what I need. I did what I did.
A message comes back, laughing. Weakling. They have already been claimed.
Deals can be made. Souls can be claimed.
There is no response back.
I got the last word in. Yay! But yeah. God damn it.
You guys are sort of left standing in the street, forgetting that you're kind of out in the open. You guys watch as Siren is kind of breaking down emotionally. The sort of shock of seeing this person. What do you guys want to do?
I think Lyra is going to at least. Well, yeah, of course, but I want to see if Cyrune's okay and help her up on her feet. It's like, we need to keep going. If we stay out here any longer, we must be ringing the goddamn dinner bell.
I agree. Wait, where was it? I'll take me a second to
Lyra.
memorize the name. I agree.
We can probably absorb whatever the hell happened once we're not out in the open, shall we?
Siren just kind of lean on Weira. She's just gonna follow with like a blank stare on her face.
Okay, I'm going to say for the duration, Siren, you have a -5 to your passive perception, as you're kind of almost in this emotional catatonic state. And you guys begin to follow.
I'm used to you following invisibly.
Well, not Lil Doran, not the new guys.
Well, nobody else seems shocked by it, so I'm just going with the group.
I told Wayra that
Yeah,
the reason why Sally survives is he has a knack of disappearing at the worst times.
Lil Doran, you do notice that Slobberchops is locked on target something. And you see the head sort of moving and moving around. And you sort of turn around and look back and you see that there's nothing there. And you hear the cat go.
Nobody can see, but the cat can see. I flipped the cat off.
It just hisses again.
Mark, since I'm looking in the direction that the cat is hissing, do I see footprints or hear footprints or perceive anything? Because she's invisible doesn't mean I can't tell that she's kicking up.
Give me a perception check. Give me a perception check. And since Sally said that she's not stealthing or anything, just walking, Sally, we're going to add a +5 to your passive stealth.
To my passive?
Yes, your passive stealth would just give you a +5, because you said you're not stealthing, and technically being invisible will give you advantage, so we're just going to give you the +5 bonus.
Okay, let's see here. So it's 10 plus stealth.
Yeah,
so it's +5. 16.
Okay, so you do see that there are footsteps, Eldor, a little bit behind the group, and you see some cobbles kind of getting kicked out of the way, and it's in that same direction that Slobberchops is kind of hissing. And by now, like, you've been spending a lot of time with Slobberchops, and you know that there's only one person he really loves to hiss at.
Yeah, I mean, Lildorn's, I think, hold on, I closed the sheet, but yeah, I have a 14 wisdom and a 13 intelligence. I'm above average, smart and wise. So I'm putting two and two together here. I say, so she is with us after all, isn't she, Slobberchops? Well, keep an eye on her, and I just kind of wave at you, Sally. Follow us. Don't fall too far behind.
In response, Slobberchops just nuzzles your neck and then starts licking its paw. And after the first lick, it looks towards Sally's general direction, just it begins to lick it.
Nice. I say, in case anybody's worried, Sally's right back there. She's with us.
I throw out the number 8. 8 more, motherfucker! 8.
I love slaughter jobs.
I do. I'm having fun role playing this with her, and I'm sure everybody else is. So
Lulu is just trying
my pet, that's for
to.
sure.
Lulu is just trying to comfort you, Siren. You feel there's a sort of what's the word I'm thinking of? Emphatic connection between you two at the moment. That she too feels very sad about what she witnessed, as she got to sort of make the journey here with Beta, go through all that danger with Beta into High Hall, kind of all that stuff too. So she's there for you.
as we're walking, I go up to Keelim, and I'm so visible, and I say, "Remember, Keelim, Callista was turned into a demon devil as well."
Yes, I know.
Well, you didn't remember her name earlier, so she didn't seem all that important, I guess.
I'm going to take a swing at where Sally's voice is coming from.
Go and give me an attack.
Clock.
Disadvantage. A 14 will miss. I mean, a 12 will miss. I have a 14 AC.
So if you guys don't remember, this was last time you saw Callista Lamb in the group.
Freaking nice.
Yep.
She sort of formed. She changed form from her sort of sweet self that you guys remembered in front of you as the flames began to grow around her, kind of disintegrating her clothes. As she told you, she has things to do, but you guys are going to have so much fun together.
Yeah, Caleb has promised to take her down as penance for not being able to save her the first time.
Incredibly understandable.
And I'm kind of also whispering. If that happened to Beta and Callista, I'm assuming we will be running to Chani and Wax soon.
Do you mean the previous owner of this armor here, the soggy waffles?
The one that Thorn stepped over his crushed his face in with his foot? Yes.
You know, if you're going to be chatting with the party, at least you can be seen.
I like to be prepared. I like to know that I like you to know that I'm here with you at all times.
I just grumble as me and Waver are still struggling to carry Ravencard.
Yeah. Poor Waver. And Ravencard like, somebody help us, please. And nobody
I swear, this thing is heavy. Can someone please get the arm?
So with Siren kind of at the moment really unable to proceed, is anybody else going to move out ahead to kind of scout as things go by?
Go ahead, Jerry, I'm sorry.
So I'm assuming Sally's going to go out ahead, but since Keelan can't see her, he's going to go out ahead as well.
Okay. Keelan, you sort of range ahead of the group, which right now is kind of moving slowly. More so to get ahead of the noise of Ulga Ravengard. Kind of non-stop back and forth between the two voices still kind of raging now. And it's actually in the deafening silence of the city, is kind of putting your teeth on edge now, as it's sort of a, car alarm going off. Like at night, you step out into the street and you can hear it. You don't know exactly where it's at, but it's loud enough that it might draw attention. So you range ahead. Sally, are you moving kind of silently ahead?
Yeah.
Give me perception checks, both of you, so you can see.
You know what? I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay. 16 is good. Keelan, you pick up on 2 hushed voices coming from an alley. You sort of turn in that direction. Sally, it's at this point that you follow Keelan's direction, and you can barely hear it. This kind of muffled voices of 2 people speaking. Keelan, you hear a sort of, what's the right word? Kind of a trembling voice. It's very shaky. And another steady voice, though while the trembling voice is kind of a little high in pitch, the stronger voice sounds a little bit higher as well, like it's not coming from something big. And you begin to pick up, yeah, that's right. Here, here, and here. Do that. And you have my word that your family will eat. Oh, okay. Here? Yeah, right here.
I mean, I just do I hear as well, or just only just
Keelan gets you to there first, and you're hearing the echoes of it, and you're not able to make out. It's just really fuzzy at the moment from this distance, but Keelan hones on it. Keelan, do you move towards the alleyway?
I'll move towards the alleyway, but I'm gonna try and stay out of sight.
Okay. You move into the alleyway, and you're pretty much unseen, as you see that the 2 inside are focused on what looks to be a bit of parchment sitting on top of a crate. You look and you see that there is a sort of paunchy halfling man that looks like he has been losing weight. His cheeks are a little bit sunken in, his eyes have deep sunken in bags, and you see that he's sort of looking over this parchment paper, and you see a small figure that looks incredibly familiar, as you've seen Ravenclaws, little impish creature as well, when it's entered this realm. And you see that it's kind of pointing out, and you hear it speaking. Yeah, right there. There, and there. And that'll be enough food for your family to eat for a month. Sally, it's at this time you sort of walk in, invisible, and you look at the mouth of the alley, and you see about 30 feet down a halfling looking down with a shaky hand with a pen. And there's like an iron bottle of ink sitting next to him. And this little imp sitting on a barrel kind of pointing, giving him encouragement.
I know exactly what's going on, and I'm not going to interfere. I'm going to just observe, and kind of. I want to walk down if I see this. I don't want to disturb them, but I'm going to wait until they are done.
Let's check with advantage. Okay. I need to check something really quick. Hey, Ravenclaw, what is Nevermore's passive perception?
Let me pull it up real quick.
You guys eventually begin to catch up. Catch up, and you see that Keelan is sort of pushed himself up against the wall, and is peeking his head down an alleyway. And then you guys kind of stop. What was his passive perception? 11. Okay. Sally, you begin to move forward and you kind of nudge a crate, and then you stop. And then the imp kind of looks around, sees nothing, and then you watch as he turns back.
Yeah, that's good. You signed the first one, but I need this one here and here, or we ain't got no deal.
And as you watch him twitch his head, and then you sort of turn your head and you begin to hear the echo of older Raven Guards battling voices kind of emanating from the background.
You mind stepping this up, buddy?
He's just kind of looking. Yeah, it seems like a really big decision for some food.
Oh, you'll be fine. I'll take care of you. Look at me. Don't I have that kind of face?
And you see him kind of smile, his little fangs are poking out.
Can I get close enough or whatnot to read what the contract says?
Yeah, sure. During the confusion, you begin to move up. Give me, hold on, I need to double check the DC. If I can get on the right page. Give me a investigation check as you begin to read over the writing that you see on this parchment. Keelan, what are you doing this whole time? Are you still just watching?
I'm still just watching.
Sally. The first thing you immediately recognize is you bend down and you kind of look over the shoulder of the halfling. You see that his name, written at the top, is Pilster Pebble, and that he is a baker. And you see now that he is signing some sort of contract, that he is trying to sell his soul so his family can eat. Interested, you begin to read through the sort of inane gobbledygook writing, and you kind of begin to penetrate the kind of convoluted and dense text into this contract. And you can see that upon signing this, and he seems completely unaware that he is not only selling his soul, but the souls of his family members.
I want to encourage him. I want to kind of like be the voice in his head and whisper, "Do it. It's great."
As you do that, the already shaky, kind of unsure man or unsure halfling kind of jerks out of the way and then backs up into the alley. What was that? What was that?
That was nothing. That was not. Come on. 2 more times. All the food you want. Nothing that tastes like ash or good old milk. I got you.
Has the rest of the party caught up by now?
The party kind of stopped as they saw you. Do you hear them? And you kind of turn around and you see them. Do you beckon some of them forward?
Yeah, I can just beckon some of them forward.
Alright.
That was actually my. I was looking up for like evil deal making voices, and then a clip from All Dark Code Heaven came up. So I was like, I'm gonna use that.
I do it.
Sally, you watch now
silently.
As the imp kind of bounces on, and he kind of fixes the ink bottle that fell, and he kind of walks over and he holds out his hand and he kind of grabs the halfling's hand, and you see the halfling looks so confused, like almost like he doesn't know just exactly what he's doing, but he's kind of being coaxed into it. And the imp is just sort of like holding his hand and then using his other hand to pat the backside. He's like,
Yeah, that's okay. Come on. Just sign it here. I'll take care of you. Give you what you need.
What's going on, Keelan?
Apparently, a man selling his soul for food.
Well, we should stop it then.
Thorn, you hear a voice in your head.
Do you have food, Thor? Make him sell it to us.
I'll step out into the shield. I don't have food. I have never required food. Was the shield trying to, suggesting we get the guy to sell his soul to us?
Yes.
I'm gonna step out into the alley. I'll make you a better offer.
You watch the little halfling. What in the hell's going on here?
Hey, what are you doing? This is my deal, pal. Back on up.
I'm gonna walk towards this creature. You back off.
I was here first.
I'll come to the alley at this point.
Jesus
No one's
Christ, how many
selling
people
souls.
are you bringing down here? This is supposed to be confidential. You don't just interrupt people. Business meetings.
When I see the imp, since normally I'm changing him almost directly to the raven form, do I recognize him specifically?
I mean, you recognize it as an imp. But he's not like Charles from Bowling Night or something like that, you know? Like, you recognize him as an imp. And there's not just sort of like one sort of look. There are variations to kind of like their skin colors and like the different forms of their kind of legs and bones. Like, some have more dog-like bones, or dog-like legs, where it sort of loops around and they kind of have that backwards knee. It's good for jumping around. And others have this sort of like small human legs. And you're looking at this sort of like brindle-colored one, of like a bright red with sort of like like a brindle pit bull or a sort of dog, and you see like the sort of tiger stripes in brown, like a dark brown all over its body. And you see that it has like curling ram's horns, and the wings are very bat-like, and he has like these skinny little arms, but they have like these catcher mitt-like hands, like huge palms, with these like short stubby fingers that are coming out with these huge claws. And he's just kind of looking around. He's like, what's the deal here? This ain't your turf. I'm trying to conduct some business here. Me and old Pebblechuck.
I'll turn to the, you said halfling?
It's a halfling, and you can see now he looks fucking terrified. He's not exactly sure what's happening. Kind of backed up against it. There's the voice came back again and kind of cursed loudly a little bit in the alleyway. And he's looking around and he's like, oh, I just wanted to feed my family.
Don't be scared. For free, you can come with us. And you'll be fed.
We haven't had food for 2 weeks. The children, they're becoming sick. All the flour and everything we had turned to ash. Come on.
You come with us, you'll
You
be
want
safe.
to go walking around? It's like, you really want to go walking around for some sort of free food that you know ain't gonna taste good? Look at me.
Hey, look at me. And he watches, he puts his 2 fingers out, and he's doing the eye-to-eye thing.
He's like, look at me. Just sign your name 2 more times. Get you all the good food you want.
I'm gonna try and intimidate this imp. Like, can you defend this person though?
What do you do to intimidate him?
I drop the guy off my shoulder and draw my mace or whatever I'm using and be like, this may be up to it, but can you defend it from me?
Hey, what's the deal here? I'm running a legitimate business.
Go ahead and give me an intimidation check with advantage. And then also, after your intimidation check, Thorn, give me a perception check. You see him back up quickly as you pop out the mace and it kind of burns away a little bit. And he's sort of, because you're an intimidating figure. You're fucking massive. You're made of black metal. As your voice kind of booms out with your shield and your mace, like he immediately backs up into the barrel. And you watch as something falls out of a small little pouch out onto the ground. It's like, you know what? Fine. Screw your family. Starve. Go with them. You had a better chance of living with me anyways. And he kind of starts flying and takes up into the air. Do you guys let him go?
Can I, as he's walking away, can I whisper, next aisle over? Next alley over.
To
the amp.
Give me...
I'm got no big spells right now, so...
Give me a general charisma check. Sally.
I have persuasion. But if you want
just give me a general... This is going to be your force of personality. To sort of move in there at a point to where he is now incredibly intimidated and frightened of your hulking friend. So you're trying to see if your force of personality can get through this intimidation, so you can hear. Okay. You needed a 16 or higher, and you watch as he takes off. And Thorn, you look down on the ground, and you see that the thing that came out of his pocket is a coin.
I will pick it up. And if it's not like a regular gold coin or whatever, I'll see if the shield can tell me about it.
Mark,
It is not. Give me a second as I'm trying to find.
Mark, did he take the contract with him, or did he just fly away?
No, the contract is there and he flew away.
Can I pick up the contract without kind of like sneak it away?
Give me 1 quick second.
Yep.
No, this isn't going to work. Hold on, I need to find a picture really quick.
If Sarun is feeling better, I would turn to her and ask her to help console the man, since she is better at that than I.
Want me to do some consoling? I don't know if I'm up to it, but okay.
Thorn, you pick it up, and you see that it is a harsh coin, jagged on its edges. There seems to be, like, even the relief that's carved into it looks as if that it was crudely forged on, and it is made of a black iron, and there's sort of like an infernal glow in between the seams. It looks like this.
Cool. Maybe like toothpaste now, I have to sip it every time.
It's a strange coin. It doesn't look like any sort of currency that you've dealt with. It's almost hot to the touch.
So I pick it up and I look at it, and then my madness kicks in, like, my precious. I put it in my pocket.
Thorn, you hear a voice in your head. Yes. Need to delete this picture. Hold on, it's okay, get the hand out. You hear a voice in your head and say, yeah. We need more of these. These will come in handy, Thorn.
for you and me.
Do all the imps carry these?
Only the ones that deal in a certain business. This is a soul coin, and it will make us mighty.
And your hand goes to the pouch to where that large black iron, like sort of 5-inch, 5-inch diameter coin is that you picked up. And you sort of squeeze it a little bit, give reassurance. With your knowledge, helped by the shield,
Are you still talking, Mark?
yes, I'm gonna move this up to the players area and put it in your handout since you now have it. The shield has told you everything you need to know about what a soul coin is and what it does.
Did you put it in everybody's handout or just his?
Just his.
Okay.
Was anybody curious about what Thorn picked up and put in his pocket? Or was everybody sort of watching the imp kind of fly away?
I will admit I was trying to look at, get a better look at the contract, but if I'm right there, do I notice him pick up the coin?
You particularly not really, because you were trying to get the imp's attention at that time.
Okay. Yeah, that's my figured. That's why I want to double check.
But those of you that kind of saw everything, those of you that kind of saw stuff unfolding in the alley, you would notice that Thorn did pick something up and kind of put something in his pocket. It is at this time, Sally, that your invisibility wears off, and you guys watch as Sally kind of materializes at the end of the alley. She looks very frustrated.
Well, that's where she's being hiding
So
today.
you decided to grace us with your presence?
I've always been in your presence, and I go and pick up the contract, and I take a deep.
And again, you pick it up and you look at it, and you can see now that the imp has flown away, you're watching as the first name that he was beginning to sign, Pilster Pebblechuck, begins to evaporate to ash, leaving that section unmarked. A strange parchment that you immediately recognize being made from some form of skin. And as you kind of run your fingers across it, you can start to feel the goose pimples tracing along the skin. Some sort of humanoid skin.
I will roll it up and put it in my pack, along with the ink and quill if it's still there.
My family is just 3 buildings up from here. I'm so sorry. He just kind of breaks down to cry a little. I didn't know what to do.
I understand. There were desperate times. Anybody would be swayed to make a contract with a demon when your life was on the line. You do have a family to look after.
And for the sake of time, we'll say that some of you go with him and you retrieve his family. You meet his wife, Marywile, and you see that they have 3 small children. Each of them look like cheeks nice, sunken. Their stomachs are kind of bloated a little bit from like malnutrition and lack of food. The wife herself looks really drained, but she greets you with a very hearty smile as you have saved her husband, who sort of went out to look for food. And as you agree, or they agree to follow you as you tell them that you're on your way up back to High Hall. You begin to move forward. Again, the only sound really emanating from this place is the sound of battle below and the immediate sound of Ulderate. Who's at the very, very back of the line?
I can be in the back.
Sally, you turn around and you watch as two figures take to the sky behind you, coming from the direction of the graveyard. And they seem to be flying off through the sky until you lose them as two little pinprick dots that just vanish through the smoke and haze.
Yeah, I'm kind of, glaring at as they fly away.
Takes you guys a good hour and a half to kind of move at a brisk pace, but still sort of a cautious one. And it's the uphill portion now of the steep switchbacks that take you up towards High Hall now that are just like, oh, when will it end? As you're like, the front of your quads are burning, so some of you like turn around and begin to walk backwards up the hill, and then your hamstrings start to burn, so you turn around and you have to start using your quad muscles again. And you just keep going and going until you reach the front gate, and there you see some people standing with weapons, some recovered armor. You watch as the guard that Rhea discovered amongst the gore that was alive in the choir section is sort of standing there and kind of gives you guys like a wave and a salute as you guys begin to move in. You're leaving, Denise. You gotta go? I love you. You're coming back tomorrow? Okay, we'll draw some pictures. Okay. Bye-bye. Sorry about that. Where was I? Oh, you guys make it in. As you guys begin to move through the gates, the newly brought in refugees are immediately taken out of your hands. You see some of the women that were down in the chambers sort of moving about, clearing up some rubble. They immediately rush towards them and begin to take the children and the mother and the father and start giving them small bits of food and water to not over-inundate them too fast. You guys enter High Hall, and you see now that there are a lot of people just sort of in the upper area, kind of sitting. You make your way through, and there's a lot of them praying at the central chamber, and they all begin to look as sounds of your booted feet begin to sort of echo through, and the voice of Ulder Ravengard, still frozen in his kind of repose, with his hands on his head, holding the helm, the two voices kind of at war with each other, sort of begin driving people away from you, and everybody begins to kind of move back behind the large Hand of Torm altar in the middle of High Hall Castle. Rhea begins to move back, or you see her move forward, coming through the curtains that you remember led to one of the altars that were piled high with like human offal and hearts and other organs, as like the altar itself was kind of defiled. Siren, you run up to the druid. Our friend's body, is she still here? And he's like, I interred her below. We can go check if you want. Is something the matter?
He saw Beta in the sky with dark wings, and I don't know what's going on anymore, but I need to know if her body's still there or not.
I will take you right away. Come, child. And he leads you down into the bottom. And you hear Rhea's voice kind of call out, that is a good idea. I need all the other refugees. Please, follow Severin and the girl down. We have need of the upper chapel. Go slowly, don't hurt yourself on the stairs. Make your way back towards the large mausoleum. Take shelter by the pools. Should be cool there. Quench your thirsts. And everybody begins to stand and they all sort of begin to move. Very orderly through as Ray has kind of taken charge. And as soon as they move, Rhea begins to move towards you guys, and she sees the state of older Ravengard, and you see her hands kind of fly up to her mouth, and she's like, "What's wrong with him? He's speaking both angelic and demonic."
It seems, Lady Rhea, we completed the mission that you sent us out to do with these new friends that we met on the way. It seems, based on Ravenclaw's assessment, that the crown itself is being occupied by two beings, one of evil and one of light.
The creature that assaulted me when I attempted to probe his mind was the demon Prince Baphomet. But something else, something good, intervened and kept it from assaulting me too much.
She places her hand on her shoulder as she begins to look around. Ravenclaw. Where's Chani and Walks?
Sadly, it was their time. They did not make it.
So I hope this helm is worth it.
I am told that their friend Chani died a brave and noble death, defending her allies from devils.
And you see her kind of furiously scowling. And she's kind of, you can see that her eyes are beginning to water and she's trying to hide my tears. This is a heavy toll upon my heart. You all deserve so much more than this. And she kind of looks sad at all of you. So much more. Siren, you guys begin running. Once you hit the stairs, and you hear the footfalls of everybody beginning to move off towards the large room with the two holy water pools. You guys run north of the stairs and immediately take a left. The sort of scorch marks and remnants of the battle with the Hellhounds still apparent. Mm-hmm. And you immediately take off to the left. And you run towards the end of the hallway. To the south, you remember the large room full of sarcophagi, the one that Sally said that the bodies of the interred protected themselves. And he takes you up into one of the alcoves, the northwest side. And you look on a plinth where bodies are still present, but there is one where the wrappings in the funeral shroud look as if they've deflated, and all that's left is ash. I don't understand. I gave it the blessings myself. Rhea carried it here. What is happening? I need to check the protections. And he sort of leaves you in the alcove and he kind of begins to run around.
I go to where the ashes are. I'm kind of gonna pick up a little bit and be like, this doesn't make any sense. And she kind of drops it back down. Thinking about how... Ooh. If they die, or they're probably gonna have to fight them, more than likely, and that's gonna be a heavy battle. Her heart.
and sort of dejectedly, knowing that even in death there's no rest here, you begin to move solemnly back towards the steps and up towards the upper chapel. Those of you in the cathedral, what do you do?
I'll begin asking Rhea if she knows of a way to help exercise and help Ravengard.
There was Sister Feria below. You met her. That was her school of study here within the church. Exorcisms and possessions. We can see if she might be able to help. And she leaves and goes down. Take his body and lay it upon the altar there, and he points to the altar now that has been cleaned of all the blood and sacrifices that was used to desecrate it. You see now that it is shining. It kind of gives off a sort of whitish glow of an aura as you look at it. Whatever she did, she worked very hard to make sure it was fixed. And you guys are kind of looking at the fruits of her labors.
I'll use all the strength I have, unless Thorin interjects, to place Ravengard onto the altar.
I'll just flop Ravengard onto the altar, like, there, he's on.
If he seems properly placed on there, I'll try and align them.
He's still frozen currently, and he's like on his back, but like he looks like he would be kneeling if you set him upright. His hands still pitched on his head. Right now, the white eye blazing a little bit stronger than the guy, but both voices are still powering through at each other.
Perhaps we should just remove the black eye.
After what seems like an eternity, Rhea walks back up, slowly helping Feria. Like she has her hand out, and Feria's kind of holding on to it. As they crest the top of the steps, just behind them now is Siren, making her kind of slow, dejected walk.
Is everything okay? Was her body down there?
No. All that was left was ash.
I see.
Seltern, the druid, frantically runs up the steps towards Feria and Rhea. The wards, they're failing. The bodies below won't be safe. I don't know what to do. They may hold out for a time, but not indefinitely. The clock is ticking.
Then we better get the city back home.
I will do what I can. Take me to him. I need to see the severity. I trust, Rhea, that you were able to clean the altar, reconsecrate it in Torm's holy name. Yes. That's what I spent most of the day on. The altar's prepared. Good. That will help. That will help.
You guys kind of fall in behind her. Thorn kind of steps out of the way. Ravenclaw kind of steps out of the way, trying to hold Ravengard's body still so he doesn't kind of like roll off the altar in his strange kind of bowed back state. This is not something that will be easily done. I'm sure you've all surmised, as I have looking upon this, that the possession itself is tied to the helm upon his head. So it is not the body we must exercise, but the object. Does this make sense to you all?
It does.
Maybe?
Good. I need an object of powerful purity. If one of you would be willing, there is an altar directly east of the stairs in the undercroft below. Upon lies the body of a girl, in which in her hand she holds a large sword. I feel that the unknown hero's sword will do for what we must. Can one of you retrieve this for me?
I'll head over and retrieve it.
Good, good.
You sure you need help with that?
With grabbing the sword?
Well, yeah, because who knows how big this damn thing is, and if carrying this person was heavy, well, I don't know. Not like I'm trying to get my own muscles work out.
You're welcome to come.
Alright, might as well take a look at this place a bit further.
Before you approach the altar, be sure to praise and give thanks for her most noble sacrifice.
I will.
Right.
Now then, along with the sword, I will need someone with me. Someone to stand firm by my side to aid me in my prayer. I know it from heart, but it's your support I will need, not your words. Rhea steps up. Sister Ferry, I will happily know, child. In case this all goes wrong, I need you to protect the innocent below. For if we should fail, well, things might just get a little bit worse.
Siren, why don't you go?
I was going to anyways. You didn't have to ask. Not the religious type, but I do want to help.
It is not the size of the body, but the size of the heart that matters, and she kind of takes her hands. Come. I gladly accept your help. Okay, give me a second here. Ravenclaw, Waira. You guys walk down the steps. Through the echoing chatter of the innocents and refugees below, you go down the zigzag of the steps and make it into the main hallway that split north and south, and you see immediately left is a set of stairs that go up about 15 feet. You approach, and both of you climb, and you see that the steps even out. Laying before you is a very sparse, really unadorned, undecorated altar. But laying upon the altar with a large greatsword held in her hands. Looks to be about a girl of 14. The only real adornment here is a single vase on the altar with a white rose that seems to give off light. The body itself looks as if it lives and breathes, as if it's still alive. The skin is full of the luster, and there's like, it looks alive. There's no gray pallor, unblemished. This young, beautiful girl wearing a very simple linen dress with a sword in her hands.
I will kind of step forward slowly to try and show respect. Bow before approaching. And then, upon my approach, I look down upon the body. You must have been a great warrior to be down here in such a manner. Thank you for everything you have done, your sacrifice. Please, let me take your weapon so I can save another. And then I will reach for the blade.
Ravenclaw, you see as the sword itself is a foot longer than this girl's body laying down. Massive. It looks like Chani's sword. It's that big. And you look at this little waif of a girl and wonder how she could possibly wield this thing. You reach down, you grab the sword. The eyes open? I'm just joking. You reach down, you grab the sword. And you begin to pull up on it. And you watch as the fingers, which you know in death are usually frozen, sort of nimbly rise with the hilt that they're grasping, and then drop back down gently upon her chest. The sword itself looks unremarkable. Wayra, you look at it and you can see that it's probably standard issue, like basket hilted greatsword that any frontline soldier could possibly wield. No etchings on it, just a dull gray steel. In Ravenclaw, it is heavy.
So I struggle to hold it up and I go, ugh. Thank you. And I try to slowly and gracefully step backwards with it.
It's awkward. You're like, I don't want to put my hand on the blade, but I need to put my hand on the blade so I can like hold it evenly. And you kind of put your hand on the blade and you feel like the blade is sharp. Like this thing hasn't been used in forever, but you know that just being out in the open and never sharpened, like eventually blades grow dull. And this thing is sharp. And you kind of gingerly put your hands and cup it and you feel the weight kind of pressing down. And you're like, don't sneeze. You know, because like, you know, like any sort of twitch, you're going to cut your palm to the bone. And you guys gingerly kind of go up. Wayra now, as soon as there's room, kind of moves to the side and begins to help you with this.
Yeah, I think, like, as I see him holding, it's like, you want me to carry the hilt, and, I mean, I've seen swords like this before, and you're kind of carrying it the way a 3-year-old can carry a sword.
You probably can't see my glare through this mask, but it's there.
I can feel
the blade up.
Alright. I just don't want you to, like, I don't know, like, try to reach an itch and, like, cut your nose off or something, so I'll get the south end.
You guys kind of make it back up. You guys turn around at the sound, and you see between them, Wayra and Walks are carrying a massive greatsword. Good. Please give it to the girl Cyrune. She has agreed to help me.
Be careful with this, Sarun. I swear this thing looks like it can cut air.
Okay.
There is a smile on her face the closer you guys get. She kind of looks to you, Ravenclaw and Wayra. I am glad she gave it to you. That means what we do is just. Yes. I will trust in the unknown hero. Come, Cyrune. To me.
Okay. Just tentatively.
Cyrune moves forward. I like how you guys didn't want to take any sort of short rest or anything like that.
Is that your way of saying that we should have took a short rest?
Huh? No, it's fine. I apologize here. I need to fix the map a little bit because I accidentally left Shawnee and Walks on the map, and I didn't want any Vietnam flashbacks when you guys came on. Okay, nice. So you guys see an altar against a wall. Ravenclaw. Actually, you know what? You guys should take a short rest. I will say yes.
Man.
Well, I mean, we say
that you guys have taken a short rest. So those of you will do it really quickly, but I need to know where everybody is standing. So there is a column on the left side of the room. In front of that column is a marble altar where now Ulder Ravensguard body lays. In front of this altar is Siren and Feria. Where would you guys like to stand in the room? You know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to move you guys to the map. And I'll let you guys move yourselves in there. You guys are on the west side of High Hall Cathedral. At the Altar of Restoration. Siren, as you hold on to the greatsword, you feel it kind of slipping a little bit.
Okay.
Mark, I don't think I have vision again because I just see black.
God damn it! Oh, it's because I didn't even pull you onto the map.
Oh, that might be it too.
Son of a gun!
Ah, there we go. I see a map now.
Much better.
I will be. Yeah, I'll be right about here, just behind Siren. This is the altar, I assume, up here with Ulder, Ravengard?
Yes.
Okay. Look at Sally all the way in the back by the curtain.
I think I'm gonna be put right here? Just for extra security, so we're gonna be standing in a somewhat relaxed soldier guard position, but hand ready at the weapon.
Just note, too, that Lulu went with Rhea downstairs into the catacombs.
Are we missing Shylax?
Oh, yep, I didn't bother putting... God damn it. Didn't even bother putting Marcy on the fucking map.
I just see darkness. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
There we go. Keelan, you see the sword slipping kind of in Siren's arms as she's sort of she's shaking a bit at the weight.
I'd like to basically reach a hand out and try and steady it.
Siren, you feel the reassuring grasp of Keelan's hands holding onto the large haft of the blade, sort of steadying it and helping bear the weight with you.
Oh, this is heavier than I thought it would be.
Yeah, swords like that are meant for frontline fighters.
Things
You-
I'm not a frontline fighter.
of importance usually are heavier than you expect them to be.
Young man, she sort of looks to you, Wera. Could you assist her in placing the sword upon the helm?
Yeah, of course.
Our symbol of courage and self-sacrifice must be in contact. She takes out a piece of paper and she begins to write on it. As I begin my ritual, child, and she kind of puts like her callous, like sort of hard skin hand on your face and kind of lovingly strokes a little bit, Siren. I need you to read this.
Huh.
At your own pace, take your time, and just let the words come from your heart. Think of your friends that you love, even those who are gone. Let them give you strength. She gives you that sort of grandmotherly smile of reassurance. And then she kind of turns to everybody. And she looks, for the first time, she looks extremely nervous. I must warn you, I have never attempted this particular ritual before.
Well, there's no time like the present.
And should you see the need to, please help me. And she kind of smiles nervously and gives like a really like a very like anxious, nervous chuckle a little bit, and you notice that okay, even she's kind of scared of what she's about to do.
Let's get reading, I guess.
Don't
She
worry.
turns and she places her hand directly on the helm, and she begins to enchant. Torm, he of honor, highest of courage, lend us your strength. Siren, you begin to say the words, we here in this holiest of place beseech you. And you begin to sort of say the words that she's written down that sort of intone your own prayer as she begins to into her own ritual. Siren, I need a religion check from you.
Okay.
Would I be able
I'm gonna believe in
to?
the power of friendship.
With the power of friendship.
Would I be able to help?
In this situation, no.
Aww. At this time.
And you hear her voice beginning to strain a little bit, and you feel the sword now beginning to vibrate. Key limb, you press your grip down and you sort of get your legs in a more suitable position to kind of help bear the weight, and your muscles are straining as the sword is vibrating, and you're watching now as the helm begins to pulse. And like the scene in Harry Potter where the wands, where sort of the beam touches the wand, these small bulbs of light begin flying out. We're going to roll initiative.
Dang.
Oh, jeez.
We're gonna fight Siren? Great.
Eh?
No. I'm not gonna fight Siren. I'll just turn around and shoot Sally for no reason.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can all just attack Sally.
I claim temporary
Siren's
insanity.
busy doing the ritual.
I'm an idiot. Oh.
God, I hope we didn't like release frickin' Baphomet from the helmet, and we're fighting the Demon Prince of Hell. That would be kind of sucky.
Of course, because that's what level 6, 7 characters do.
Yeah, well, I don't know, Mark. Level 4 characters faced off against Strahd. That was pretty scary, also.
Well, that was more of a I want you to shit your pants.
Yeah, it worked.
You also threw a pit fiend at us tonight.
Right, but did I attack you?
He didn't attack us, thank goodness.
You guys just felt. You guys just felt.
He would have been
fear.
definitely dead.
You guys just felt his fear aura as well.
I mean, that would have been a TPK.
Exorcism.
TPK in 5 seconds.
You guys watch as little balls of light burst into being. A very dark malevolence they're exuding. As 6 winged demons take to the air. I'm just joking. They're just will-o-wisps.
Yeah, that doesn't give me any comfort because I remember harassing you guys with one.
They're rather difficult to hit, so good luck with the dice rolling, team.
It's okay. I did something.
Yeah.
Who's sending messages behind my back? I heard that.
Oh, it was me. I was telling Dylan something because he's not here. I'm telling him how I'm going to lose my. Telling him how I'm going to lose my 3rd character in this campaign right now.
Sally's going to still survive.
Are you going to play as Rhea as an NPC until we're almost finished, and then make her a character?
Oh, fuck you all!
So in that sort of in the scene of the little old lady in Poltergeist kind of screaming at the TV, Carol Ann! Carol Ann! You watch as Feria's voice begins to pick up steam as she's calling upon Torm to keep the darkness at bay, to free Ravengard of his bonds and shackles, and to banish the demon inside. The top of round 1 is going to pick up with this will-o-wisp who... Thank you, Raven.
27 initiative, I love it.
He's going to shock you regularly, and then he's going to bonus action consume your life. I'm just joking. Because you can't do that. 16 Ravenclaw.
That's...
You take 9 points of lightning damage as for a moment the ball condenses and then explodes. And these forks of lightning kind of go through your body, causing you to scream out in pain.
You took my temporary health.
This one appears next to Thorn. Thorn, you sort of turn and you're beginning to pull your sword out as it sort of deflates a little bit to a concentrated ball of light before expanding quickly as lightning just jumps from it. What did it do? It's going to make his attack at normal. A 12. Your shield absorbing sort of the lightning, and it's like, devour him, Thorn. Leldorn.
Alright, jumping into action. I will back up 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Back to the curtain. Hey, Sally. How's it going back here? I'm going to go ahead and use my bonus action to Hunter's Mark. That one right there. Since I can see him. Yeah.
Oh, still on the GM layer. Hold on.
Does he have disadvantage? Slobber Chops is near me and hissing and clawing up Ludorn.
10 feet away. Slobber Chops might be a little irritated, but I'm not standing next to you. Yeah. And then I am going to attack it twice.
Okay.
It hasn't taken any damage, right?
It has not. No.
Okay. So
you can
unless I hit
attack.
it-
You can attack Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw has taken damage.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to attack Ravenclaw.
Oh,
Yes, you do.
Ravenclaw, give me a dex save. I was joking. This one just sails. As you bring your hand back, you get too close to the curtain in your rush, and now you're sort of tangled in the curtain a little bit as you get off your next shot. But any attack against you will have advantage until the beginning of your next turn. 22 definitely hits.
I'll go ahead and stick this little gear on me to remind you in case you want to fly over and zap me. Or wrench. So 22 will hit. He has not taken any damage, so I will give him, just ignore the Colossus. And I do Hunter's Mark damage, though, so 15 total damage.
That's really good.
You have a magical bow?
I do have a +1 bow. On purpose. Mark said I could have one uncommon item, and a +1 weapon is an uncommon item.
Yes, so that's another thing, too, Marcy, we need to get in touch here, and is you should have the same option, because you made a character above level 5, and I completely just spaced it out. So when this is done, we'll talk about like a magic item that you would want from the uncommon list, and we'll say that you have that.
Okay.
Why do I have? Out of care.
And okay, that's the end of your turn.
Yep. Bonus move action. I'm good.
That did a massive amount of damage to that Will-O-Wisp.
I'm the glass cannon.
Well, after face palming, after seeing my own partner get tangled in the curtains, going to draw my rapier, move up to this one, 5, 10. Gonna take a swipe at this damn thing.
A 17 will miss.
Oh god. Alright. Turn around, second strike.
23 will hit.
9, really? 9? Alright. And just get his shield up and say, come on! Right here, come on!
Okay. He will oblige. Actually, you know what? You watch as it winks and the light goes out, and it's become invisible.
What? Hey! Where'd you go?
Okay.
Is it my turn?
There is a sort of large crashing sound from behind both Sally and Lelthor.
Uh-oh.
Raven,
Help is coming, Sally. Don't fear.
I begin waving a sign in the air, and it begins to get a little cold around me. Icicle-like feathers begin to form. I cast Armor of Feathers. It's really Armor of Agathis, but I renamed it.
Okay.
So I have 15 temporary HP, and if something hits me, they'll take 15 cold damage.
Keelim, you see that your friends are, well, your companions are kind of in trouble as these spirits have come out from the helmet with a sort of vicious intent. Do you let go of the sword?
Nope, I won't leave my wingman.
Sounds good. Give me a Constitution save. Okay, 15 is good. Okay. You managed to hold on to the sword. Is there anything you wanted to try to do with your action?
I do have some of my coffin nails. I could try and just throw it at one of them.
Okay, that'll do.
I'll throw it over at this one just because it's the easiest in sight.
Okay, go ahead and make this a disadvantage. You kind of feel static building up around you as you turn and throw a coffin nail, and you sort of slip, falling down to one knee, knocking yourself off balance at the angle, trying to hold onto the sword now that's heavily vibrating and moving. Next attack against you will have advantage until the beginning of your next turn. And then you have your multi-attack.
Yeah, I'm already in it deep, so.
Okay.
Yep.
The nine this time, as you kind of keep your footing, this one flies as the small ball of light kind of circles and moves out of the way, and your coffin nail embeds itself into the stone wall. Okay. Okay. Thorn.
I'm gonna start doing things. We'll attack that wisp right next to me. Normal. And then we'll swing at it again.
Let's go damage.
And I don't think these things can get knocked prone, but I'm gonna kick it anyways.
Okay. You hear the shield.
The coin, Thorn. Use the coin.
Ooh, it ties. It's sort of, you push the shield forward, trying to bat it away, and it sort of like sticks to the shield and kind of rolls off like one of those wacky hands that you throw and sticks to the wall, and it just kind of rolls off and begins to float in the air again. Siren.
I'm gonna keep holding on to the sword, and I guess this time I'm really praying to this Torm, right?
Yes.
I'm praying to Torm to please let this work. I want to save these people. And so I'm just gonna keep going on there and holding onto that sword and not moving from my spot.
Okay. Go ahead and give me another religion check.
Okay.
Okay. You guys watch as more energy flies from the helmet, and you see that the will-o-wisps that have taken damage regenerate some health.
No.
Oh no.
I need Siren to give me a Constitution saving throw. Okay, that's exactly what you needed. As you feel now a sort of presence that you can sort of visually see, but you don't know if it's actually reality or not, as what looks like snakes begin to move from the helmet and curl around the blade towards you, these blood-red eyes shining with malicious intent. And you're able to kind of close your eyes and there's a deep rumbling voice in your head.
Submit to me.
This Will-O-Wisp moves forward, is going to attack Shalix. Missing with a 9, Shalix, as you interpose your shield, knocking this creature away from you.
Attack Falk Demon.
Sally.
I turned the.
Yeah, go ahead, Sally. Sorry.
No, you were gonna say something.
Oh, it was. I'm just gonna wait till her turn next. So go for it.
Okay. I turn the little door and say, keep doing what you're doing. I'm gonna go check out what that noise was.
Good luck.
We're not on the balcony, right? Mark?
No, you guys are not on the balcony. You're on the backside of the cathedral, and as you move through the curtain, you see that there is the large Hand of Torm. And then you go down into the orange square, and those are the steps, which are currently closed. But once you step outside, you see a goat-like figure sort of looking at you and bleeding as a sort of noxious gas begins to pour from its body. So, since you moved out of the curtain, I need a Constitution saving throw. As you're feeling the noxious fumes like a wave crash against you.
I'm not rolling well tonight.
Wow. Yeah, +5 and you roll a 5. That's harsh. Harsh, man.
Got a little too cocky with all the critical rolls last session. You will take. Okay, so you're going to take 1d6 plus 1 necrotic. You're going to take 3 points of necrotic damage as you inhale some of the fumes coming off of this thing, and you feel like your throat and your lungs instantly dry. Whatever moisture you have in your body seems to be being leached away by this strange goat-like creature. And just to show everybody what Sally sees.
Ooh.
Oh,
You see
God.
a goat man. That's
Okay,
terrifying.
Sally, what do you got going on?
Well, he attacked me, so I'm going to attack back. Yeah, Kilo, I always run into the nicest people, don't I?
It's called karma.
God damn, I have. I'm gonna do a Ray of Frost.
Sounds good. An 18 hits. So you watch as you shoot your Ray of Frost, and it begins to coat him in ice and snow. And he sort of like shakes, and like the mane around his neck and his the sort of goat mane that's going around him sort of shivers off most of the ice that just falls away from his body as the rest of it begins to steam off. Not taking as much damage as you thought he would.
But he took damage.
He did take damage. So you instantly realize right now that he is resistant to the cold.
Can I Leldorn with me now? And I'm gonna hold my ground.
I really love how you roleplayed that, Chris. Thank you so much for doing it that way.
Because I know
you pretty much ordered Leldorn. We'll see how it turns out. Is that the end of your turn, Sally?
Character likes to bark orders, and I don't respond well to orders. I specifically build characters that are chaotic good. I don't follow orders.
Shalix, you're being harried by a Will-O-Wisp directly in front of you. Give me a religion check.
Okay. Let me get that out of my thing.
Okay. You do know that will-o-wisps are a sort of minor form of undead, a very wicked sort of form, but they're not exactly demonic.
And who
They're
was
sort of
being carried
they're
away?
they're sort of corrupted remnants of souls.
Okay, and those are the things that are floating about, attacking
Yes,
us, right?
those are the things you instantly recognize it, but you're not quite sure of their other capabilities. You know exactly kind of what these things are.
And they're a type of wicked undead. Okay. Interesting.
Okay, what would you like to do?
Let's see there. I'm going to turn away from Siren and Keelan them, hope that they got whatever's going on covered, and I'm going to attack this guy.
Okay.
And he's right in front of me, so I'm going to take out my mace. And try to smack it with the mace.
Sounds good. Go ahead and make your attack. The 12, sort of, you smack down against the light, and you feel the mace kind of hit, and then kind of bounce off to the side as it sort of spins in the air very fast like a basketball, and then stops and begins emanating light again around you.
Yeah. Okay, so that was his action. He's gonna stay right there, because he said he was gonna watch her back too.
Top of round 2. This imp is going to turn around. 5. If you want to take an attack of opportunity, you can, Ravenclaw. 10, 15, 20, 25 to Eldorn.
Eek!
Ravenclaw, are you there?
Yes, sorry, I have more spells. I was looking for my melee weapon.
No problem. Go ahead and make your sickle attack damage. It'll take 3 points of the slashing as you get the blade in, but almost like cutting through thick ice with a slash, like it doesn't want to penetrate its far. Danger! Danger! It's going to attack Eldorn with advantage, as he's still trying to work his way out of the large tapestry-like curtain. 22. Eldorn will take...
Freaking God,
Eldorn will take 14 points of lightning.
God.
I don't know what you did to upset the Roll20 algorithm, Ken, but...
And I lose Hunter's Mark.
Ken, stop being in the front.
I can't win. I just can't win. I just can't. Mark versus Ken. Mark wins every time.
Maybe
That's
coming to
a
help.
lot of fucking damage, dude.
Maybe
To a glass cannon. Okay. Yeah, you hit and
This
broke
one-
my concentration.
This one's beginning to fly and buzz around Thorn, and you're watching as the light is growing brighter and brighter, like it's building energy, before it just tries to send a barrage of shocking towards Thorn, which is probably never going to happen. Here we go. Oh, toggle normal. Nope.
I just wave at it like it's a fly, like, go away.
It's not even close to hitting his AC. Son of a gun. Eldorn! It's time to retaliate.
Yeah, next level would be a lot better, but I'm going to have to provoke. So I will go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35.
It's you sort of duck and move, and you watch as this sort of spectral lightning hand that you sort of get a look at it as your senses are so heightened. It almost looks like a hand that reaches out to try to grab you, and you see that where you were, it grabs on to the carpet or the curtain behind you and sort of singes a hole with its fist before the lightning comes back into the orb.
Excellent. I am going to attack it twice. Haunter's mark is gone, but I will get Colossus if I hit it once. 23.
23 hits.
So doing 9 points of damage.
Okay, hold on
11.
Okay, never mind. Your first arrow, as you sprint away and you kind of like Hawkeye slide on one knee and kind of brace yourself against the wall, pull it back, and you shoot. The arrow hits it, and you watch as the light poof, explodes into this cloud of glitter that falls to the ground. And you see as the glitter forms, is kind of bouncing off something that looks like a small child that kind of smiles and waves at you before it vanishes into the air.
I've set it free. I heave a sigh of relief and kind of lean against the wall for a second to catch my breath. I purposely got out of eyesight of every other enemy, so that's why it's okay that I shot my second attack.
You think you're out of eyesight.
I can't hide yet. That's like a 10th level ability, but I'll get there.
Waira. It has gone invisible.
Yeah, I'm trying to like, where the hell did you go, you little flying bastard?
Where did flying light go? It has gone invisible. You do see to the south of the altar that Thorn and Shalix are in combat with two visible ones at the moment.
I'm probably gonna yell, Ravenclaw, keep an eye on this area! And he's gonna start running. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 with the rapier twirling, and it's going to strike at this one.
Okay. Something is not going to use your reaction as you ran by.
Oh, alright.
Go ahead and make your attack.
Wait, where did... Oh, there it is.
10 will miss. As you shoot in with a hard thrust, and it sort of bends around your rapier before snapping back into form as you pull back.
Why, you little... Try another strike.
23 will hit. Scoring a deep hit, you watch as some of the light begins to falter inside the orb, just as more lightning begins to start growing around it.
Can I do anything? Can I do anything? Crap. Yeah, why not? Let's action surge.
Okay.
Get a few more hits in.
22 hits.
I can let me hit the... That one.
Still just barely alive.
So, alright. One more flick of the wrist.
21 hits. This one too bursts into light, and as the glitter begins to fall, you see this one is a very tall vision of an armored man who sort of salutes you before he vanishes.
Okay. You can rest now. And quickly flicks the rapier and getting ready for anything else. And that's all you can do.
Okay, Keelim, the building static around you explodes. as the invisible one pops up right there. It's going to attack you with advantage. Okay, you're going to take that's 2d8, 16, so 26, and I need give me a strength check. So 26 lightning, and I need a strength check, Keelan. Okay, you drop the sword as your body is racked by electricity, and you sort of like go rigid and stand up straight. Siren, you feel the sword slump now, and it is beginning to shake and vibrate more and more and more now as you feel Keelim behind you let go, and he's screaming out in pain. Sweet. This guy is just gonna like crouch down and look at you, Sally, and let out this huge bleat as it launches itself into the air.
Death by goat, man. I love it.
And it lands in front of you, and it spins on its cloven hooves, and it's going to try to hit you.
Did you take into account that he has minus 10 feet? I hit him with Ray of Frost.
I know, that's great, but he's only 20 feet away from you.
Okay, damn it.
And he has 40 feet of movement, so he's good. He's good.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
And he's going to spin, and he is going to attack you, or attempt to attack you with his tail. And it's a very nasty-looking barbed tail that's kind of leaking out some very ominous-looking. It hits the curtain. It hits the curtain behind you, and now it's kind of stuck. The next attack on it will have advantage. It's gonna rip it out of the curtain and make another attack.
I would say Sally cannot
23?
say this lucky.
Well, yeah, that's a hit.
Take 13 points of piercing damage. I need a Constitution saving throw.
God damn it!
Okay, so with the 13, you feel the barbs stick into your body, and you almost watch as there's like this kind of bulge that breaks out of the tail that moves from his back, like racing towards you, and you feel this sort of liquid get injected into your body. You are now poisoned. I don't know how this is going to work, but we're going to make it work. You start to feel strange pustules making the porcelain of your skin like pallid and soft, like gelatin. And these sort of buboes are now beginning to grow out of your face. You begin coughing up flies.
Oh,
and
what?
Some of the skin on your face is like rotting and turning to ash. It is not good.
Oh, great.
Okay. So, but that's really all it does. It seems to be more cosmetic, but you are currently now poisoned, so you have the poison condition. Yeah, you have the poison condition. Ravenclaw.
Don't give up, Keelam. Grab the sword. I'm gonna point my finger at that wisp and unleash 2 Eldritch Ravens at it.
Sounds good. Boom! This one hits it squarely in the side. Kind of like a Dragon Ball Z punch you watch as the sphere sort of deflates a little bit with the force of the blow before it gets rocketed in the opposite direction. The 16, however, it sort of spins like very fast and then like shoots towards the ground as the raven flies over, and it sort of bounces like a ball back up into the air. Ravenclaw, Leldoran, you notice that the curtain here seems to be moving. Like there's a struggle out there. Keelim.
I am going to once again pick up the take hold of the sword with Siren.
Okay. The reassuring presence now of Keelim's steadying arms grabbing a hold of the haft of the blade is back, Siren, and you feel the strain and the stress on your own arms beginning to sort of settle a bit. Keelim, is there anything you'd like to do for your action?
I'm going to try and recover from that shock.
Okay, sounds good. Thorn.
Yeah, it's time to squish this little fly.
Yes, please do.
I think I have inspiration. I think I want to use that on my first one just because I want to make sure I squish this thing.
Sounds good. 22 hits.
Second attack.
A 12 will sadly miss as you sort of hit it down and you watch as it bounces off the ground and you go with a slashing arc and it sort of flies out of the way and you smash the white marble of the wall, causing it to crack and break with the force of your attack. Okay.
14 to kick in.
It will attempt a regular dex save. 20. It just sort of flies around you.
I just wave my hand, go away, fly.
It is incredibly annoying. Like, if you thought Lulu was bad, these things are worse. Siren, I need a religion check.
You please desperately. I know I have the allies at my side, and I hold on to that strength, and I pray that this works, and I want to save everybody. I can't lose anymore.
You feel invigorated as a voice, unlike the dark beast that was telling you to submit, screams in your ear a battle cry. Fight them, child! And you watch as the wisps sort of like get stuck in stasis, like Kylo Ren's in here, and he's like holding them still, and they're sort of just vibrating in place. The will-o-wisps are stunned until the end of their next turn.
Ooh.
Great for you guys.
That's what
Awesome.
a 17. That's what a 17 will get you. Good job. But now I do need a Constitution saving throw. It's good. You're able to
Siren
hold
is
up.
the heart and soul of this freaking party.
You're able to hold off the dark emanation of the strange purple-black pythonish creatures that are sort of still trying to wrap themselves around you, letting the words of the prayer written by Farius sort of give you strength to hold them back. Very good turn. I think this one's dead. Sally.
Okay, I had to double check something, and I'm gonna role play, and it works to my advantage, and I'm going to role play this moment. So I start to change, right, due to the venom in his tail.
And you're beginning to rot almost.
Yeah, and then out of anguish and anger, she kind of starts revealing her true form. The second set of arms come out. The second face begins to appear. And she just screams in anguish and in fury of what was happening.
You guys hear Sally's voice utter a sound that it has never uttered in your presence before. Through the back of the curtain is an absolute primal scream of rage, fury, despair, and fear, coming from someone you know that is usually quite cold and calculating and very careful with the words that she lets out of her mouth. Sally, what would you like to do?
So yeah, this devil in front of me sees it. I'm going to use a bonus action to convert 3 sorcery points into a 2nd level spell slot, and then I'm going to use that spell slot to turn invisible.
Okay, it's going to use its reaction to counterspell.
What? Bullshit. bullshit.
Magic for you.
Why?
I want to see. I want to just.
What? Why? I just fucking. You can't do that. I just wanted to fuck your butthole a little bit.
Nice.
I just heard like Chris's face just like drop when he said that.
I know. I felt his heart sink to his stomach too.
Oh, I'm like, oh, you son of. I did all that, and then I'm like, great. I'm gonna be able to hide and not be able to. And then you. Oh, fuck you. So yeah. So she within the rage, she converts her energy into her sorcery points into a spell slot, and she knows that she cannot combat this thing up front in her current
I need.
state.
Sorry. This should have happened at the start of your turn. I need a con save again, please.
Okay. I'll cut you so. Oh, come on.
You will take 4 points of necrotic damage, though. The essence rolling off of this thing is absolutely putrid. And just being in its presence, it's not even helping your own rot. And that's also something else that you're sort of trying to cope with. That while you were able to turn yourself invisible, there's still pus dripping off of you to the ground. And you're still coughing up what seem to be like lungfuls.
Yeah. Oh, God damn, I forgot about that. But still, I mean, this thing kind of.
It's a good move. It's a good move. You're by yourself. So.
No, and that's why I wanted to do that bit of role play. So yeah, so she's invisible.
Okay. Are you gonna move?
I am gonna move.
As you begin to move away, you watch it sort of crouch, and it's starting to look for traces of where you were. As like a puff of flies, like poof, kind of fly away. And you start looking in that general direction.
Okay. I did an action and a move, and that's my turn.
Sounds good. Shalix. This guy no longer has advantage against him.
Okay. And this thing is still stunned, right?
Yes, it's just in the air, vibrating violently and fast, like it's being held in place by some sort of divine hand.
Okay. I'm gonna try and smite it with the sacred flame.
Okay, it's going to automatically fail, so go ahead and roll your damage.
Okay.
Still alive.
Bloody cursed thing, die already. So your soul may go to rest, and he is going to stay put right there.
Okay. Round 3. This will-o-wisp at the end of its turn is no longer stunned, but was unable to attack or take an action. So it's going to stay there. Doran.
Alright, so figuring that Sally's in a little bit of trouble, I'm going to move 5'10" to here. I can see this guy over here.
Struggling to move. It's like hitting a painted target.
So he's still stunned?
He's still stunned.
Oh, sweet. I have advantage then.
His initiative roll was a 19, so...
I'm gonna just attack him normal with advantage. Getting a 25.
5 hits.
Doing 13 points of damage.
It explodes into sparkles, revealing what looks to be like a maidenish woman in a long sort of ball gown that sort of blows you a kiss before it vanishes.
35 feet to there finishes my movement. I see this guy over here who's not stunned anymore, right?
He's beginning to move north.
So I will attack him normally with an 18.
14 just misses.
All right. So Ravenclaw, I think Sally's in trouble over there. You can see the bulge in the curtain. But I thought we would deal with these first and then help her. And that will end my turn.
Okay, Wayra.
Alright, just rolling wise that, Hale always gets the lead. Even in freaking death, he always gets the lead. Run over 5, 10, and strike at this thing out of anger. Come on.
Wayra is on fire tonight. 19 hits.
Ooh. Oh. Was that a hit?
Yep. Damage. 19 is what you need.
Alright.
Barely alive.
Alright. Fine.
23 hits.
Wow, nice rolls, Wayra.
He just did.
All right, now we get to see what we get to save Sally as a group.
Wayra is at the end of your turn.
Yep, that's it.
We don't know where she is, but
Watching its prey disappear, hearing the battle along the curtain, this guy is going to push through 5, 10 feet to here. You guys see this strange loping goat man come in, and he looks immediately towards Ravenclaw. 5, 10, 15, 20. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. You know what? He's going to move right here. He's going to make one attack at Lildoran and one attack at Ravenclaw. First attack at Ravenclaw, since he was coming at you first. Missing with a 5.
I would like that one, Mark. Come on.
Oh, man. Here it comes. Here it comes, Ken. You ready?
I'm ready.
And he's going to spin and he's going to try to impale you with his tail. 14!
Miss! Only because they had Chawny's armor on. If it wasn't for Chawny's armor, that would have been a hit.
Ravenclaw.
Chawny saved me, literally. Thank you, Soggy Waffles.
I'm gonna position that way, and since it's at advantage, I'm gonna roll regularly and lift my hand right in his face and unleash 2 Eldritch Ravens.
Okay. 23 hits.
Oh, that's beautiful.
You said that one would have been an advantage?
No. You only get advantage on the first attack, and the 9 would miss.
Okay. Well, he gets pushed 10 feet back. And then
that's thank you, Ravenclaw. Now I can move and shoot.
He was attacking with a ranged spell within 5 feet of a melee. So he would have had disadvantage, but the Bulazao having disadvantage due to the crit fail allowed him to attack normally. Ravenclaw's at the end of your turn.
Yes.
That is moving.
Keelim. What would you like to do?
Excellent turn.
So I think I am just going to use my action to help Siren on her checks.
Okay. Which check to help fight against these sort of dark presence, or to help her with a prayer?
I'm going to help her fight the dark presence.
Okay. So Siren, you will have advantage on your Constitution saving throw at the end of your turn.
Okay. I thought the help action only helps on checks, not saves.
Oh no, I'm gonna allow it for this because this is a whole different sort of kind of ritual thing.
No, that's fine. I was honestly not trying to hinder. I was just.
And then Keelim, I need a con save from you, please. Give me a con save when you end your turn.
And then I am going to use a key point to grant disadvantage.
Okay, sounds good. As you sort of turn around and pressure back against Siren, getting full view, making sure that whatever comes you can dodge or deflect. So go ahead and give me a con save. Oh no. As you seemingly turn your back on this new foe that everybody's... Oh wait, hold on. You know what? I'm going to start it after your turn. You feel a bite, and you turn around quickly and you see one of the shadowy snakes latch onto your arm and pull back and sort of come in as like a cobra flap. Sort of opens up as it begins to try to bite you again. You're going to take 14 points of necrotic damage. You take 14 points of force damage as it's trying to get you to let go of the sword.
Could I please take the necrotic?
No, it's sorry. It says force. It says force in the book. Okay, Thorn.
Kill the demon, Thorn.
Yes, take it down.
Oh, Thorn, give me a con save, please. And the 14 will hit. Okay, perfect. You save. Which means... Wait a second. Oh, which means nothing. You just don't take damage. Okay.
And we're gonna stack it again.
14 hits.
Assert dominance.
So you hurl your shield into him, and you notice that he's very nimble, as goats are. So he gets advantage on this due to his sure-footedness. No, he doesn't. Well, that's a strange wording.
Yeah, I think I would allow it, Mark, because sure-footing is RAI, that like rules is intended. I think the role play
it says specifically. It says specifically strength and dexterity saving throws made against effects that would knock you prone.
And this is technically a contest.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
So it's proficient in not falling on its own, but
I'll roll this at normal. And it's a toss-up. He has +2 on either, so we'll go with Dex. He falls prone.
Yeah, that might be a typo on Wizard's part or not. I don't know. Might be intentional.
I'll check it out in case I use these guys again.
What is it? -1 confidence.
Okay.
You must assert dominance.
Siren. I need a religion check. Okay. You watch as the demon gets inundated with a black shadowy form, and he regains health.
Oh.
Siren, I need a Constitution saving throw with advantage.
That's the magic number from the last
time. You just made it.
Siren, you are tempting too much fate. It's scary.
You're watching as the snakes coil even higher up your arms, and they're trying to attack your neck. But there's this thin veil of energy that's rebuking them, keeping them away from your body. But they are inches away from you.
I think that's Keelim's hand.
Just doing the one-handed kung fu defense. Sally.
First do you need me to make a save?
No, you are not in range. Oh!
I am poisoned. I don't know if that's still effective. I don't know how do I save against that.
Siren, give me another... No, you don't. You're good. No, you're poisoned. I can let you know when you're cured.
Okay. I didn't know if there was another saving throw because you had to make one at the beginning of my turn, so I wasn't sure.
That's because you were close to the creature in general.
Okay. Oh, fuck me. She, given her current state that she's in, and she's weak and her abilities are low, she would be more of a hindrance, especially now in her true form.
Okay, sounds good.
25, 30.
So she can't even stay ranged and launch cantrips. She's just gonna.
Not without dying.
Okay. Okay. Shalix. You're watching now as Thorn is engaged with a very strange looking creature, and you do not need to give me a save.
My finger's on the button, Mark.
Yeah, if you're within 30 feet of this guy at the beginning of your turn, you're gonna have to give me a save. So no, don't worry about that.
He's oozing. We just need to kill him.
Yeah, it's gross. You can see like the plague buboes on his face.
Oh, I did see that in the picture. I zoomed in.
Shalix, what do you got for me?
He looks like he's covered his leprosy. Come on, Shalix! It's 10:30. Let's blow this popsicle stand.
Okay. Since he's far away, I'm going to... Wait. Okay, he's not dead yet, though, right?
Not yet.
The little guy? Okay, I'm gonna attack him with Sacred Flame. While whispering prayers for Siren.
Yeah, we go on.
If he fails, I'm gonna attack the goat guy with the Sacred Flame.
His sure-footedness doesn't help him on this, so this will be a normal.
Yep. I looked.
Of course.
Hey, did you want to use your bonus action for anything?
Yeah, I'm going to cast a level 1 healing word at heal him because he's looking
Okay, go ahead and roll that heal, and I'm going to move to Leldoran.
Yes.
Leldoran, you succeed. You're able to hold off the stench from emanating into your body. What would you like to do?
I will back up 35 feet, my movement speed, and take aim at this guy, and I'm gonna shoot him twice.
He is prone right now. The go guy.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
That's right. I have disadvantage then because he's prone.
I gave him the wrong thing, sorry.
That's okay. So I won't. I was gonna sharpshoot him, but I'm gonna not do that since he's hard to hit from this being prone. So 17.
17 hits.
God, that was a 29, Mark. That would have been a crit. So he'll take 12 points of damage, and then my second shot is a crit fail.
Ooh, so you kind of slip a little bit. As you're moving backwards and shooting, kind of running backwards away, you catch Ravenclaw kind of moving into your vision, and you have to turn slightly and fire, sending you off balance.
Alright, that will end my turn.
Waira, I need a con save.
Alright.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Waira will take 2 points of necrotic damage from the stench emanating off this creature.
Oh, so glad I'm not shifted.
Because you have better smell?
Yeah.
Nice.
I remember when Katie got a whiff of raw sewage.
That was awesome.
That's it.
20. Come on. 25. Going with the rapier strike.
This is an advantage. Go ahead and roll again. He's prone.
Alright.
Okay, roll damage.
Alright.
Man, you're putting out a lot of damage, and you're not even using your Battle Master abilities.
Now, well, the Battle Master abilities I have are more defensive. And then second strike.
So your dex is a 4?
Yes.
How are you getting a +2 extra?
Oh, dueling.
Okay, got you. That makes perfect sense. 26 hits.
That the dueling only gives you a +2 to damage, not to attack.
Wait, why is it on attack?
Yes.
What the hell?
Yes, no. His attack is proficiency plus dexterity, so +7. But his damage, I was confused because it was a +2.
Oh, yes. It is just on damage.
And Fang is a magic weapon.
Yes.
So it should be a +3 extra damage. So you're shorting yourself on damage right now.
Really?
In that case,
yeah,
yes.
You should put 1 in magic, and that should add to damage and hit.
So you're shorting yourself +1 to damage and +1 to attacks right now. In that
If
case,
you open up your attack, you'll see a field called Magic Bonus. Just put a 1 in there, and it'll add it to hit and damage automatically for you.
Oh, all right.
in that case,
That was
with
weird.
the extra damage, he actually does die. As you sort of stab him, and you watch as the ooze and like plague slime begin to slither off of his body and kind of puddle out. Siren, I need one more religion check, please.
Okay.
You got this.
I feel good having everybody at my side, so I hope that goes through.
Sally's not at your side.
Hey! Yeah, except you.
There's a moment.
Kind of why she feels good.
There's a moment where the helm on his head begins to glow a white hot, and both eyes now begin to go bright, but the blackness is dimming as a white fire now is erupting out of his skull. As a black shade of shadow and a bestial face begins to rise like a tornado from the ground around him up to the sky, escaping through the broken glass skylines above. As Ulder Ravengard collapses onto the bench, Spheria collapses, Siren collapses, the weight of the sword dropping to the ground. The ritual is complete. The body begins to sit up. Ulder Ravengard looks around. What happened to me? And that's where we're going to end it off today.